Hey, good morning. I appreciate the $5. Sorry, I'm getting up. I'm waking up. I didn't get that much sleep last night, to be honest. And I'm doing my best. Hey, good morning. I appreciate the $5, 2J. Good morning. What's up, Corral? 2J. Justin, Yusuf, Dez, Akin, Rich, Bogdan, the guy, or that guy. Charge, Prod, Random, Sovereign, Dez, Tommy, Whitney, like your cut, G, good morning. You know, my daughter showed me the Like Your Cut G video like last week. I had no idea what it was, to be honest. I'm slacking on my meme game, I guess. But my daughter came up to me and showed me the I Like Your Cut G video, and I laughed. But she knew about it, and I didn't. She's 11, you know. It's so nice in here first thing in the morning. Hey, I just woke up. It's 5:40 in the morning, my time, so it's early here, you know. LKCO. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, no, hey, dude, I got the greatest playlist ever, bro. I should be charging people for this playlist, but I give it away for free because I'm such a nice guy, you know. I should be charging people for this playlist. Honestly, this playlist really did, like, low-key take me, like, a year to build. Because I stream every day, so I look for the best songs on this list. And I just try to find, like, vibing songs that I can listen to while I trade. I should sell this playlist. But, hey, we're gonna keep it free. Yeah, our kids just show me I'm getting older. Yeah, for sure. Like, I didn't even know what the I Like Your Cut G meme video was until she showed it to me. And she knew all about it. She's all up to date on memes. She's 11, so, like, that's kind of her area right now, is memes, you know. Yeah, and I mean, we got a lot of stuff that's gapping up that's not really holding. It's from what I see. If I'm missing anything this morning, let me know. But what I see right now is JMP, MTC, SUPV is moving up a little bit. WATT was, NXTD, JFU, ANY, CTXR. We're going to be watching Bitcoin and like Riot, MARA, NXTD. But then we've got like Givo trying a little bit here, push it up. Not the best volume though, to be honest. Oh man, are you in your mom's basement in house, Scott? I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm not in my mom's basement. I am in my kids' playroom upstairs. So like, basically what happened is that I used to stream downstairs in my dining room, you know, which is like where my dining room table is. I had like an office and a desk downstairs in my house. In my dining room, we had some renovations being done to my house last year, and during those renovations, I basically had to move up here, so in order to avoid the noise from those renovations, and I realized that it's a lot easier to work and stream up here where it's silent, which again, I'm in my kids' playroom. It's not really my kids' playroom, it's kind of like the house playroom. We've got like a couch in here, like a TV, a DVD player, like my kids got a bunch of toys. I've got like a speed bag, you know what I mean? And it's just kind of like a playroom area for the house, like not a guest room. We have a guest room too, but like this is like a playroom area where we've got like a couch, kind of like a hangout area of my house. And so I moved my desk up here, and it's way easier since there's no noise, and I don't have to worry about my kids coming in, jumping on stream every 10 minutes. So it's just a lot easier. And so since then I've stayed up here. But yeah, point is, I'm not in my mom's basement, you know. I think if I was in my mom's basement, you guys would have accidentally seen my mom at this point in time. But, you know, who knows? Maybe I am in my mom's basement. Yeah, Yusuf, I'm old, bro. We got a DVD player up here. I don't think the TV is a smart TV, and I think that's why. We got to replace the TV, but to be honest, nobody ever goes in here. Like, this room just kind of sits in my house. Like, nobody plays in here. My kids used to, but my daughter doesn't play with toys anymore. She's too cool, and she's more into, like, fashion stuff now, apparently. So, like, she's 11, and toys are just useless to her, I guess. And my son's too busy playing video games to really care about this, it being up here anyway. Basement King, hey, you know how I do it. I'm not feeling that song. Yeah, 8-track, VHS, you know, yeah, hey. We're gonna get an 8-track player. Whoa. Man, it's not an instrumental anymore, it's too much. But yeah, I can tell I did not get enough sleep. We got JFU popping up. We got Gene, PEI. I'm looking at my scans. I'm not really seeing anything aside from these. I think we got, like, SOS is gapping up some too. And I think, like, a lot of people are going to be paying attention to SOS and stuff like that today. So we're watching SOS as well. Again, let me know what your favorite stock is, team. Would you rather trade pre-market or regular? Regular for sure. So I've been jumping between TOS and Webull. TOS is way better. Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, my daughter is 12 and she lives on TikTok. Yeah, my daughter hasn't figured out TikTok. Really, I haven't let my daughter use TikTok yet. When she hits 12, I probably will. But my daughter's certainly at what I call the cool kid phase, which is that, like, she doesn't like toys anymore. It's all about, like, fashion and, like, boys and, like, just overall trying to be really cool. and popular in school. You know what I mean? To me, it's exhausting. But hey, she's 11. So, yeah, we got CCNC. We're watching that. I try to tell her I'm the coolest dad around, bro. I'm the coolest dad around. You know, and she knows. She knows. But yeah, we got WATT. We're watching this one. I want to see, these all need to get back over the VWAP, including WATT, JMP, you know, JFU. We're going to look at the float in a second for some of these. ANY, NXTD. Am I missing anything big? I don't think I am. I think I looked at most of this. Maybe like CASA here. SUPV, maybe. SUPV is probably reasonable enough to throw on the list. Oh man. Here's WATT back over the VWAP. Look at Watt. WATT here. Let's start looking up some news for these. Pocket aces, I play slow. It's just a pair. Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? If you've got pocket aces, like if you're going by the book with game theory, you would want to raise pocket aces a majority of the time, and then you can slow play them a small percentage of the time. And the reason you want to raise pocket aces is because if you don't raise them, you're going to get garbage hands that are going to limp into the pot and consequently hit something a decent percentage of the time. And because you'll have pocket aces, you'll have to be more aggressive and lose your stack if there's too many people in the pot. And so theoretically with pocket aces, you're supposed to raise it up and cause garbage hands to fold and then try to play against every other good hand. That way you'll get the most money the most percentage of the time, if that makes sense. At least that's by the book how you play pocket aces. Again, and this is coming from somebody that has played poker almost every day for years. But that's the correct way to play pocket aces, at least right now. You can trap with aces, but you're gonna lose your entire stack, you know, a certain percentage of the time. Anyways, CEI, yeah, we're watching CEI. Oh, we got WATT. Rip it up big, guys. Look at this. Mike Jones. You're not the Mike Jones, huh? Like Mike Jones. Mike Jones. 281-330-8004. Yeah, WATT's ripping up here, guys. Look at this. Yeah, WATT's going crazy here. 40 million in the float for Watt. Short float of about 7%. Market cap of 165 mil. Cash of 17 mil. Debt of only 1 mil. Good cash to debt ratio. We're watching that. Yeah, we got some Mike Jones lovers in the chat. I actually met Mike Jones one time. I used to bartend at the Marriott and at the airport Marriott in Houston. So it was like the Houston Airport Marriott. And like sure enough, a dude comes in there with some big glasses that looked an awful lot like Mike Jones, you know. And like I went and asked my friend, she worked at the receptionist desk, and I was like, what's the name on his reservation? And it was like a foreign sounding name, which didn't really fit the person. And so I knew it was Mike Jones. And then him and a girl went up and like bought a few shots of Patron from me. And like I love Mike Jones. Listen, I grew up listening to Mike Jones, and so I wanted to fanboy it up, but I couldn't because I was at work, and so I just had to I had to bartend them, and he was cool. And like I talked to him for a second, and I talked to his girl for a second, and they ordered a few shots of Patron, and then left, and they tipped me really well too. So shout out to Mike Jones. I still remember that. That was like 8-9 years ago. But yeah, I still remember that. But I've met Mike Jones. He was cool. He lost a bunch of weight. He doesn't look the same as he used to. At least he didn't at the time. You know. Yeah, I'm trying to find this catalyst here. But yeah, there's WATT. Squeeze it up big here, guys. It's not an incredibly small float either. It's 40 million in the float, so it's not like it's a tiny float here for Watt. Let's see if we have a catalyst that I see. I don't see anything. Wait. I don't know if my TOS is slow or lagging or like what it is. Hold on. Fix this. Yeah, my TOS is just lagging out. Weird. I'm gonna have to look up the news a different way, I guess. Hold on. Tipping on Fofos? Nah, I mean, he was wearing these big glasses. But it's like, bro, like, come on now. You grew up in the South. Like, you know what Mike Jones looks like. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, come on, Mike Jones. Who are you fooling, bro? You know? Like, you're gonna act like I don't recognize you, Mike Jones? You're gonna act like you're somebody else, bro? Like, come on now, man. You know? And I respected it. Like, I didn't fanboy it or yell, Mike Jones, or, like, get his autograph or anything. Just because it's like, I figure if you're that famous, you don't really want that, man. You don't want to cause it. You don't want that, especially where you're staying. You know? So, like, I left that alone. But, like, it was certainly Mike Jones. And he knew I knew, you know? Watt is making a magnetic battery for Apple. See, I don't see the catalyst here. I see the rip. Huge squeeze. TOS has fees if you trade OTC pink sheets. The corral. That's it. Yeah, Watt won't even show up on my news release here. So does anybody know the catalyst for WATT? Let me see if I can find it. Check it out on Benzinga here and see what I can find. CNET, NXTD. Newsfeed. Watt. Alright, so yeah, okay, basically, this is energy stock. This is an energy stock with WATT. We can also watch, like, CEI is energy. I know CEI is energy as well, but it's not really moving. But yeah, this is an energy stock. Let me pop this out. There we go. And it says, Energy shares spiked higher earlier following a Bloomberg report that Apple was working on a magnetic battery pack, and WATT was not mentioned in the report actually, but the news that Apple was working on a battery pack, I guess, boosted this off of sympathy for WATT. That's the catalyst here for it. Yeah. Yeah, if Mike Jones didn't want to be recognized, he'd have gone to a hotel in Minneapolis. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, he's going to have to do business in Houston. The reason I knew he didn't want to be recognized is, again, because he had these huge kind of bubble glasses. Like, these glasses were huge. You know what I mean? And he could have been, you know, on some other stuff that night, which, like, I get. I'm not going to mess with him with that. But it's like, my logic is, like, if he didn't want to be recognized, he probably would have worn big glasses trying to hide his face, right? And so if he's trying to hide his face, I'm going to assume he doesn't want to be recognized. And, you know, as an employee of the Marriott at the time, I probably would have gotten fired if I would have bugged him about it. You don't ever know how they're feeling. He was cool though, and they were nice. And like I said, I remember he tipped me really well. And the girl he was with was really nice. They were cool. And that's like, I met a few different celebrities when I worked there. Like I met 2 Chainz and like 2 Chainz entourage, and they were jerks, to be honest. You know what I mean? They weren't the friendliest, but Mike Jones was cool, and the girl he was with was cool. But yeah, 2 Chainz and his entourage were not cool. They were kind of jerks, to be honest. But in the end, like I said, if you're that famous, you're gonna get bugged all the time, and it's probably gonna start to be annoying. So I'm sure it's an understandable reason why 2 Chainz and them were not that cool. But yeah. Nah, I mean, I'm not really flexing. I was a bartender at the airport Marriott, right? Which is like a nice hotel by the airport. I guess some celebrities stay there, you know, just because it's the airport Marriott. I was only there for like a year, but I did meet a few different people, you know. I'm not really flexing. It's not like 2 Chainz was nice, you know. He was kind of mean, you know. He wasn't mean. He just didn't say anything, which is understandable. But his entourage was kind of short, too. Yeah. Watt is long term. I mean, yeah, but it's up almost 100%. So, I mean, it's like I said yesterday. Like, look, I've seen a lot of these crazy rips in the last few days. Like, I've seen a lot of these moves in the last few days, right? But, like, even if you're investing in this stock, if it's up almost 100%, it's probably not a terrible idea to at least take some profits in the trade. Like, if you're holding this thing from before the gap up, I mean, it is up about 100%, right? If you're up 100% in a trade, you know, I mean, are you supposed to not take profits? I don't know. You know, I would take at least some off just to protect the trade, just because, again, you're up 100%. And sure, a certain percentage of the time you're going to miss out on broader moves, and that's fine. But, again, when we see stuff like SNDL, when we see stuff that spiked and then failed over the next few days, and again, SNDL was another one where people were saying, oh, you know, this one was long term, now it's down like 100 and something percent relative to the highs. And so in the end, when a stock is up this much, like WATT, you know, I would take profits at least. But again, everybody's different, I guess. Yes, Varash. I met Buster Rond, looked him in the eye, and was just like, what's up, Bust? I was pretty pumped. Yeah, I met Master P. When I was a kid, I had this girl that my friend and I knew that lived in the country club right down the street from Master P. And we went to Master P's house and trick-or-treated as like a 10-year-old kid in Louisiana. I must have been like 9 or 10. I don't remember how old I was. But Master P was cool too. We basically went to his house and rang the doorbell, and he was just not ready to answer the door for trick-or-treaters. Right, he was like partying up in there with some females and stuff, and like we were like trick or treat, and he was like, oh no, and he didn't have any candy, but he went and got us some t-shirts, and like I can't remember what else he gave us. He gave us some t-shirts and something else, and he was just like, here y'all, and we were like, thank you, you know, and then he was like, all right, you know, and we were like, okay, then we left. We were like, thank you, Master P, you know, and then we left. He didn't have any candy. He wasn't prepared for Halloween, but he gave us some t-shirts, which he didn't have to do when he went out of his way to be nice. So Master P was cool too. Or no, it was either Master P, it might have been Mystical actually. I can't remember. Yeah, it might have been Master P though. I think it was Master P, but yeah, we had a friend that lived in the country club, so we were hitting the country club up to go trick or treat and hit the rich people up, you know. And to be honest, we planned it out. We were like, Master P lives there. We're gonna go trick or treat at Master P's house. you know. And he like I said, he didn't have candy, but he gave us some t-shirts. And he didn't have to. He was cool about it. He could have just been like, y'all get out of here. But he went and found us some stuff to give us, you know, so, you know, shout out to Master P, you know. When you live in Louisiana, you meet a decent amount of rappers growing up. At least I did. Just from seeing them around town. But we got J and P popping up here as well. But yeah, WATT is really the main watch. I mean, this is a big move. I want to see if it holds at 7 right here. And we're going to have to wait and see if it does or not. It's testing that level now. You can see it on the 5-minute chart. We'll see if it actually holds. Do you let your kids trick-or-treat at Scott's house? Not anymore. We used to, you know. Yeah, the BR Country Club used to be lit. Yeah, for sure. Everybody was in there, man. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a few of these. I'm still looking at SUPV. I'm looking at TIGR, ANY. Mr. Big? You mean long hair? I got a pocket full of stones. You know, that's Mr. Big, right? All the bad want to play on my phone. I talk plenty, you know. Yeah. Everybody knows Mr. Big in the South, man. Come on now. Or Take That Ish to Trial. You know, that was probably my favorite Mr. Big song. Yeah, if you're up 100%, take some of it off at least. That's what I would do. I mean, there's always the chance that it's going to go higher, but if you're up 100% in a trade, it's never the wrong move to take some profit off at least and protect yourself, because especially with these really cheap stocks, they're not going to hold their gains a large majority of the time. Thoughts on JAGX? Yeah, we can look at it. Since you're tight with the Benzinga crew, is there a promo code for their service? You can get 10% off if you use my link. It gets you 10% off, I think. Let me make sure. Yeah, I think President's Sale, you can get 35% off. Just check out the link here in the description for Benzinga. Texas is cool. I mean, I like Texas, but like I said, I'm from Louisiana originally, and you know, I certainly haven't met as many famous people here as I did in Louisiana. Like I've met Lil Webby and Boosie, or Lil Boosie and Webby. I mean, I've met Boosie and Webby before at, if you know Baton Rouge, you know there's an old mall that's since been closed down called the Mall of Cortana. Cortana Mall is what we call it. I met Webby and Boosie there. I can't really say the story because it's not really. It's just not really a story I can say, but I did meet Webby and Boosie at Cortana Mall. I met Mystical at the airport and sat behind him on the airport one time. And he had like his Big Truck Records sweater and stuff like that. So I met a few like rappers and celebrities in Louisiana, but I never met any in Texas. Do they sell crypto at Cordana Mall? They should. Nah, it's closed down now. I'm pretty sure they closed it down. Cortana got bought by Amazon. Hey, yes, sir. No, not really. Yeah, I mean, WATT, guys, again, I mean, it didn't hold 7. It's back down to 650s. The catalyst here is that Amazon is working on some type of battery product. Yeah, it's because Texas is... The reason a lot of businesses are moving to Texas is because Texas has cheap taxes on stuff, for the most part, right? Like, where I am, the property tax is incredibly high, but there's no income tax here. There's no state income tax. So, like... You know, that's a pretty big plus, if you ask me. Yeah, nothing's holding, though, guys. I mean, I'm looking at JMP here. It's looking okay. This one's got to be an incredibly small float. It has to be, right? For JMP. Yeah, the float is less than 7 million. It's like 6.5 million in the float for JMP, like 6.9 million. Cash of 57 million, debt of 113 million. So it's got a lot of dash relative to debt. Hey, that's cool, Brian P. I've been in 5 movies, all by dumb luck. I've never been in a movie. I never tried. But that's cool, brother. Did security for a rock band. That must have been fun. You met Jordan when he played baseball? He wasn't a bad baseball player. People hate on him for baseball, but he wasn't bad. You know, relative to like any other professional basketball player, you know. Yeah, when I grew up, it was Jordan. Jordan was reigning in basketball. I went and saw the movie Space Jam in theaters, you know. Jordan was the king, you know, growing up. Yeah, you can't really trade crypto on TD Ameritrade, Ahmed. You have to more so trade it on a crypto platform. Right now, I'm trading it on Kraken. Wireless charging solutions. Yeah, WATT. We'll see if it holds $6 or $6.50 now. I mean, it's pulling back to half for whole dollars. We can look at the longer term chart to see if there's anything recent, but right around 650. I mean, there is a level at 730s. The range is so big now, it's hard to really judge levels on the longer term chart at this point in time. So we're looking at just half and whole dollar levels that were confirmed previously, like 650. We got like 575, 580 right here. We got $6 underneath us that we can pay attention to. And we're just watching to see if they get over the VWAP at 7 and hold. I mean, it needs to get over the VWAP and hold if we're going to continue to trade it, obviously. So that's ultimately what we're watching right now for WATT, is whether it holds at 650. EBON doesn't look that bad. NMTR, yeah, we're looking at NMTR. A lot of the big thing I'm seeing today, guys, is like we got a lot of run-ups and then just a lot of fails. Like we got a lot of stocks that gapped up and then didn't hold their gains. And if we look at all of these, like JMP did, WATT, we'll see if it does, but it's below the VWAP now. We got MTC, which gapped up and failed. Exact thing I'm talking about right now. SUPV gapped up and failed. ANY gapped up and failed. You know, we got CTXR, which gapped up and failed. So we're getting a lot of stuff that moved and then just couldn't hold. We got Jivo that's gapping up a little bit. We got TMBR. That one's not really moving that much, actually. But yeah, let me know if you guys see anything that I don't. But most of the stuff I'm seeing right now gapped and then failed. So it's not really holding at this point in time. We can watch like NXTD, and I think a lot of people are going to be watching Bitcoin as a whole, because you can see Bitcoin is sitting at almost 53K. So a lot of people are going to watch Bitcoin right now with like Riot, Mara, NXTD, and all that stuff. So we can watch those. EBON is gapping up some here. And I'm looking for something, but everything else is a little slow, to be honest. Look at RMO. RMO is gapping up a little bit. UABS is gapping up a little bit. Yeah, JFU still trying. Alright, so we'll see if it holds at like 3. Gets back over the VWAP. Yeah, Jordan's still the king. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know. LeBron is up there with him now, for sure. Kobe, yeah. I don't even know what my crypto stocks are doing, or my crypto trades are doing. I gotta log into my crypto site. I'm still watching JFU. Yeah, these are probably my top watches, or like JFU and WATT. So we're still watching these. I want to see if anything happens, though, and we're going to have to wait. Alright, so we're logging into Kraken. AMC. Yeah, we can look at AMC. What's up, CCIV? I'm using Benzinga, Armin. Or Benzinga, Yancho. Yeah, I'm looking. So if you want to understand my trading, I talked about it in Benzinga. We had a live stream yesterday where we talked about it. I was featured on the Benzinga all day live stream. And so I hopped on and was able to talk about penny stocks for a little bit. But yeah, we're watching WATT. We got XONE, we've got BISL. But yeah, I mean, most of my strategies are going to be very simple strategies. I'm looking for sentiment changes. Like if we look at the trades I got into yesterday, for instance, man, I got to figure out. Yeah, I still got my trade list. So these are all the stocks I traded yesterday. AMC, AVGR, and we can look at all of them and kind of see a very similar thing. This is kind of what I went over yesterday in the Benzinga stream, but I'll go over it again. But I'm looking for sentiment changes. And so in this case, we got a red to green move. We got an opening drop right before the open, a reversal. And I jumped in after this 1 minute pullback right here. So I kind of combined the strategies. Once we get a run up for that first candle and we get volume coming in, the first thing I'm looking for is this little pullback. And so when we get a 1 minute pullback like this, my logic here is that so many traders are going to jump in looking for an entry after this 1 minute pullback. Like after this pullback and break, a lot of traders are piling in there, and that's going to give us some momentum. And so what I did with AVGR is just jump in after this 1 minute pullback and this level break right here and just ride it up for a quick 10 or 15 cent scalp. Like that's what I did with AVGR yesterday. I also traded CEI, which was energy, and a very similar strategy. You're going to see I use these over and over and over again. In this case, what do we get? We got opening weakness. And so we got opening weakness here. And so when I have opening weakness, it's my favorite thing to take advantage of and trade off of, because we have this opening weakness and then we get this big reversal and volume starts to come in. You can see the volume start to come in here. And like once we get that volume start to come in, the next thing I'm looking for after we break over the VWAP is a pullback. I'm looking to buy into a pullback entry, right? So when we have this pullback to the 275 level, which is also a $0.25 level, after we break this, you can see it's a cup and handle style red to green move. I bought it on this pullback right here, and I just wrote it up for this quick scalp. Again, the key with these is that you're not holding these long term. If you try to hold these long term, it's not going to work. I'm getting in and out incredibly quickly, and I'm not trying to hold these for longer than a few seconds, to be honest. And so I bought this one at 275. A lot of the times I'm playing it off of half whole dollars and $0.25, which is exactly what I did here with CEI. I bought the pullback to 275, rode the quick spike up, and you can see the volumes surge, and then got out. Was green in that one as well. Yesterday, I literally ran at like 80 or 90% accuracy yesterday, and you guys saw most of my trades live. Another one I got into was SUPV. SUPV was a very similar thing. Again, we had opening weakness. You can see a drop at the opening bell. We had opening weakness. We had a reversal back above the VWAP. And again, we got a pullback to the 255 level. So on that little pullback right here, I just bought into this pullback. And, I sold it by the time we hit 75. So I didn't really get this entire big push. But again, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to take advantage of small momentum, small slivers of momentum, if you will. And, we was able to ride that one up, too, for SUPV. Same exact thing. You'll see a common theme with these is that they look very similar. And so that's what I did with SUPV. I also traded USWS. And again, very similar chart. We can clear this out and see opening weakness again, and then a big reversal where I bought into this little micro pullback at 310 and just rode this push up real quick and then got out, right? But they all look very similar because that's kind of how I trade. It works really, really well, and it's something that I'm watching for at the opening bell pretty consistently. Yep. Yeah, I'm getting in and out fast. And I'm not trying to scout momentum. Like, a lot of the time people get mad at me. Like, you'll have a certain percentage of new traders that get mad at me for selling when I'm scalping. And it's like, look, I'm not trying to take broad moves. I'm trying to take small slivers of momentum and get in and out fast. What the broader move does is relatively insignificant to me. It doesn't matter that much. But yeah, with that said, we're still going to watch SUPV. We're still gapping up for SUPV, although it's not really holding its gains at this point in time, but we're certainly watching that. We're watching JMP as well. JMP starting to move up. This one's incredibly small with an incredibly small float for JMP here. The float of this one is less than 7 million, so an incredibly small float. Again, if you watch G-Tech and some of the other ones yesterday, you know that sometimes these small float stocks can have crazy moves. Again, G-Tech was a really small float yesterday, but again, JMP does have a small float of less than 7 million, and it's certainly one that we're going to watch at the opening bell here. Let me see if I can find a catalyst for it too. All right, so this company reported fourth quarter EPS and sales results that were higher year over year. So good results, good fourth quarter results that came out yesterday and after hours. It reported fourth quarter EPS and sales results that were higher than the year before for JMP. So good results here. We'll watch it. Major levels are usually when we have a range this big. I mean, we can look at obvious confirmations like $8. But usually when we have a range like this, we're looking at half and whole dollars as well as the pre-market high. So short term, we have 10. Underneath that, we've got 950 or so. And we'll see if we hold those levels. Above us, we've got 10. We've got 1050 here that you can see. This is why I watch half and whole dollars, just because the stocks follow them a huge percentage of the time. But yeah, we're watching 11. We're going to see what happens at that pre-market high up there at 1085, really, is what we're paying attention to for JMP. But this one is moving up some, and it's certainly one we're watching at this point. Am I missing anything, guys? I don't think I am. We got JMP and WATT, which are really the only ones that are moving right now. Most of these didn't hold either. You mean the bowl cut? Love the super pimpish hairdo of Rob U. Hood, CEO. You mean the bowl cut? He literally had a bowl cut, right? Let me see my man Vlad over there with the bowl cut, bringing the 90s back. Yeah, there he is. My man looks like Jonathan Taylor Thomas up in there. You know? He looks like an emo kid from the early 2000s. You know? He looks like, what's the emo band? Taking Back Sunday's lead singer, you know? He looks like Jimmy Eat World's performing a concert on Robin Hood, you know? Alright. Don't put down Jonathan Taylor Thomas, yeah? Hey, my man. Looking like Keanu Reeves, yeah. About to enter the Matrix. Hey, thank you, AK. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, TD. You just need, you know, a small little singles. Small base hits is what we call it. You know, you don't need a home run. You just need base hits. The reason a lot of traders lose is because they watch these gurus hitting these home run trades and they want to be like them, when the reality is, like, you're going to make most money with small base hits, doing it right over and over again. There's a direct correlation between the amount of time you hold a position and the risk reward you're getting and your accuracy rate, right? So if you hold a stock longer, you're going to have a lower accuracy rate. What I like to do with my scalping trading is I'm not really worried about the best risk reward ratio. A lot of the times my R&R is about 1-to-1. But what compensates that is good accuracy. So if I'm running 80 or 90%, even if I'm only getting a 1-to-1 ratio, it's still extremely profitable. And like, that's basically what my scalping system is. I'm not saying I'm always going to be that accurate, but what I'm saying is that, you know, a lot of the time traders are saying that you have to have a good risk reward ratio, and that's not true. You know, they play off of each other. You know, you can have a really good risk reward ratio with terrible accuracy, and you can have terrible accuracy. You can run 50% accuracy if you have a really good risk reward ratio, and you can run good accuracy and have a bad risk reward ratio. So they play off of each other. It's not like you have to have just a great risk reward ratio every time, because again, the longer you hold your positions, it's going to drop your accuracy rate long term, and that's an obvious self-evident thing. Hey, thank you, team. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support, guys. SNDL will run up. I mean, I'm looking at SNDL. Fantastic. Weren't you Dapper a second ago? Your name was like Dapper something. But SNDL, I mean, we're watching SNDL. Again, I mean, when this downtrend breaks, maybe I'll buy some. You know, planning to hold long term for a cannabis legalization push. We'll see, though. I gotta wait for that downtrend to break for SNDL at this point, though. Hey, thank you. Thank you, cats. PLTR, yeah, a lot of people are talking about PLTR. This is one of the most pumped up stocks on Wall Street Bets recently. It's just, at one point in time, do you have to question when this big rip is over? A great stock this year, though, but it's kind of breaking lows and you know, looking weak. So until it breaks this downtrend, which it kind of is now, I guess, I mean, I feel kind of bad because it's like, I feel like I kind of neglected our Discord a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that I neglect our Discord, guys. It's not that I tried to, at least. It's that, like, I've been starting the stream earlier and earlier just because I've been waking up earlier and earlier and trading earlier and earlier and kind of messing around with the stock market earlier. And so with that, the Discord gets less views and less moves because I'm streaming already pretty early in the morning. And so if people have the option of joining the Discord or joining the stream, most people are going to join the stream. And so, you know, it's going to hurt the Discord a little bit, be starting earlier. But we got a lot of great traders in our Discord, guys. Nancy, super helpful. She posts a watch list almost every morning. Two-way, great trader in there. Stops by from time to time. A lot of really helpful traders that have helped kind of keep the Discord going, and I certainly appreciate that. So y'all go check out the Discord. I don't know if it's... Yeah, it should be in the chat. Only 60 likes? We could change that. Hey, y'all hit the like button, guys. Don't be stingy. You know you want to. Do it now. Let's pump those like numbers up like GameStop. We can change that real quick. Yeah, I'll get my Discord. Here's my Discord link if anybody wants it. And thank you guys. Yeah, hey, I'm happy now, Eric. Yes, sir. You know, thank you, team. Appreciate the love. Diamond hands the like button. Yeah, that's right. I thought Sundial was done. I mean, it might be, to be honest. Again, I mean, I'm just telling you guys. I've been talking about this for the last few days, right? Like, the only thing I'm really looking for Sundial is... Okay, let's look at the obvious first. Alright, we're going to put a 15-minute chart up for Sundial and look at the obvious first. The obvious is that we've been downtrending for the last 3 days. 4 days, really. And so we can see this downtrend. We'll draw it out. But yeah, the obvious is that we've been downtrending, you know, for the last 3 or 4 days. Very obvious downtrend. Been staying in a pretty consistent range. Man, I'm losing my voice, you guys. 1 second. The ghost of SNDL is paying me back for saying it's downtrending. I'm gonna catch my voice real quick. Hold on 1 second. Alright, there we go. My voice is back. But yeah, SNDL, like I said, to look at the obvious here. SNDL is downtrending over the last 3 or 4 days. Now, again, if you're looking to find a cheap stock to invest in the cannabis market with, this is one of the ones I'm certainly watching. Now, I don't know if it's going to go up, but it's already down huge percentages from where it was, and this is when I start to get interested in buying it again. It's dropped down to, you know, 150 or so. When the downtrend breaks, I might buy a little bit of SNDL for a short-term hold, maybe, or for a longer-term hold, I mean. It's not going to be a huge position size. It's just going to be something that I might buy and hold, anticipating legalization this year. You know, so we're watching it. But yeah, we've been downtrending over the last, you know, week or so. And I think that's fairly obvious. WATT still trying. It's holding at 6. It couldn't hold at 650. And I hope you guys see, like, I drew the 650 level and the $6 level before they actually bounced right here. And so you can learn a lot from how I document these levels. And specifically with penny stocks, you can see how they move a little bit easier and watch, especially when we have a big range stock like this. You can kind of see what they play off of and see how much, like, even if you're just scalping this, there's a lot of opportunity, to be honest. You know, these bounces are really profitable. These little bounces are profitable as well. They're not going to work every time, but they work enough to be profitable, and you can see that on WATT here. I'm looking at IPA, which is immune something. We're getting some volume. I don't know what the float is for IPA here. Let me see if I can find it. 14 million in the float for IPA, so a very small float stock. Debt of 3 million, cash of 12 million. And yeah, we're looking at JFU as well here. JFU's got about 50 million in the float. So we're watching this as well. MTC, kind of the same thing. MTC has less than 7 million, and about 7 million really in the float. So MTC small float as well. We're watching that. A and Y, same thing. This one looks like a larger float, though. Not a large float, but a larger float. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. It's got 5.5 million. So this was actually a really small float, if that's right, for A and Y. SUPV pulling back some. That one's got a small float, too. NXTD crypto stock. We're watching that one as well. What do you guys think of AMC and GameStop today? Like I said, I feel bad for people losing money on these, and I've talked about them, and you guys know I was right about this, where I said, this is kind of happening. Down, diamond hands, hold the line, diamond hands, hold the line. You know what I mean? Like, this happens over and over again, and this is exactly what we're getting with GameStop, you know? Like, look at this. Down, small pop. Down, small pop. Down, small pop. You know? It's just kind of how downtrending stocks move. So... Yep, GameStop's down. Now we got IPA. Again, we're watching it. Very small float here as well. Yeah, I was happy this chat helped. Hey, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. To the moon. Yeah. I never understood why you start so early. What's the point? To talk about movement. It's fun to watch the stocks as they start moving. And I mean, there's a ton of movement really right now. We had WATT. We had JMP breaking highs, looking strong. We've got a bunch of stuff really that moved this morning. Should we short GameStop at this point? I mean, I don't know. Bunch of people trading Xboxes to get money back. Yeah. Yeah, I can scout pre-market. I mean, it depends on if we have anything. You know. Like, I don't mind this little pullback here. We'll buy like 10 shares. Let's see if we get up to like 11 here with my 10 shares. And if we really break over 10, I could just jump out for JMP. But yeah, we're in with 10 shares. Just messing around. BlizzCon is today, so keep an eye on Activision. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I'm not against GameStop. Like, I think at this point, GameStop is basically back to pre-pump levels. So it's like, what GameStop's gonna do, I don't know. Why is this channel called Beginner Trading? Because we're just a resource for traders. We're not, you know, like as opposed to a lot of the other gurus, experts, you know, all that stuff. We're not claiming to be experts over here. I don't really want that standard to live up to of being an expert. You know, and I think to a certain extent, some of the trading community is brainwashed in that way to like feel like you have to buy and learn from a guru. You really don't. Like, we had some guy in the Benzinga stream that I was on yesterday, and he was like, this guy's not a big time trader. And it's like, you could just see how brainwashed people are. I mean, it was a guy that trolled me earlier and was kind of a troll as a whole. But it's like if it's not a guru, the gurus have basically programmed him to be like, nah, he's not a guru, I can't listen to him. And it's just kind of like, nah, man, like, y'all see me. Like, I'm super accurate. Yesterday I ran like 80 or 90%. But I'm not claiming to be an expert. I don't want that standard to live up to of being an expert. You know what I mean? I would rather just be a resource and a place to hang out for traders. And I think most people see that as a breath of fresh air, as opposed to a lot of the other people over here trying to slang courses, claiming to be experts, when half of them recently started, you know, in the last year or two. Good time on Benzinga. You need your own show there. I got my own show. It's every Sunday. You know, I do have my own show. It's called Small Caps with Beginner Trading. It's every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. The John Madden of scalping stocks, yes sir. John's a guru spy. That's what I do, bro. You're always truthful. Some can't handle the truth. Hey, yeah, you're 100% right. People don't like the truth, right? Because sometimes people have their hopes and dreams wrapped up into lies. And when somebody comes along saying, hey, that's not accurate, I'm destroying their hopes and dreams. And that's the reality. I'm not being dramatic about it. Like, that's really why people get upset with me. At least some percentage of the time, is because they think they're going to get rich quick in the stock market, when the reality is most people in their first few years are going to lose money the entire time. If you really make enough trading, why would you hassle with selling a course? I mean, I'm not against selling courses, though. Like, selling a course is understandable just because even if you're the best trader in the world, it's always going to be somewhat unstable. And so there's nothing wrong with developing a new income stream with a course, as long as you really know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? If you don't know what you're talking about and you look like some 15-year-old kid with braces trying to give me stock advice, you know, I'm just not really feeling that. We just got out of half the position. We're holding our baby 5 shares, playing around in pre-market. But yeah, we caught the $10 bounce, and we'll let this little 5 shares hold break even. It might seem like a small profit to take, but taking profit here allows me to just basically let the trade go and see if we break these highs up here, and I'll make a lot more money with it. And so now at this point, I don't have to scalp it. I can just hold it longer term and see if we get some nice momentum over these highs right here, which is really all I'm trying to do. Yeah, exactly. Day trading is not really scalable like that. Like, you might be able to turn 100K into 200K. Of course, it's going to be incredibly risky, but you still might be able to do it. But if you try to turn $1 million into $2 million, it's going to be noticeably more difficult. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with selling, exactly, Jasper. There's nothing wrong with selling a structured path of education. They're all fronting. A huge percentage of them are just nonsense, though. It's just making up stuff, right? And my issue, again, as a whole, with the entire course kind of community, is that in order for them to sell courses, you know, if they tell somebody the truth, which is that it's going to take years for most people to be successful, nobody's going to really want to buy their course. Right? And so what they have to do is they have to give out these really unrealistic expectations towards what trading really is. They have to basically pretend that you can get rich quick if you buy their course, right? Just to have people justify in their heads to pay for it. When in the end, very few people are going to get rich quick. Most people are going to lose money the entire time. And it's not something that happens fast. It takes years for most people. And so giving traders, especially new traders, the wrong expectation causes them to risk way more money than they should be in the beginning, right? You should be trading tiny in the beginning. But if you think you're going to get rich quick, you're going to take huge sizing, and it's just going to be terrible for you, right? So again, it's kind of listening to people that more so want your money more than they want you to actually be successful. Alright, so we're up here, I mean, in JMP, and again, me taking that little 5 shares off allows me to let this one run and possibly break, you know, highs up here, which is what I wanted to let it do. Yeah, I'm using TD Ameritrade TOS. Yeah, I'm not going to answer that question anymore just because it's literally like just to weatherman it really quick. It's like right here, guys. You see that? Look about an inch over there. What does that say? You know, read it. Let's be real, most guys are not good at stocks, but they are good at selling courses. Make sure you don't grab a guy who makes 70% off of courses. Yeah, for sure. Guys like this cat are better. Hey, I appreciate it. I try, you know. Peter Ranieri says, so is it true Tim Sykes turned 12K to 2 million? I mean, it's not really verifiable. Like, he can say it's verifiable through Profitly, but Profitly you can fake. I could go on Profitly right now and pretend to make $1 million, right? It doesn't mean I actually did it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like TraderView. Like, you could fake TraderView, you know? And I'm not, like I said, I'm not really hating on Tim Sykes. I'm not trying to, at least. All I'm saying is that we'll never really know. You know, we'll never really know. Of course, he could say he did, and again, a lot of traders say they make a lot of different things, right? But in the end, it's not verifiable, to be honest. And so we'll never know. Maybe I should have taken profits there. I got this range. You can see the range I drew out, and how well it actually followed this range. Like, I guess I'm going to hold it break even now, but I certainly don't like this rejection. I wanted to let it test that high up here, and I guess we can hold this one break even now. Well, there's 1040s. Yeah, I mean, it's just so easily faked, guys, to be honest. I mean, you could say verification, and that's cool, but, like, it's just so easily faked. And if you think it's not, you know, it's so easily faked. You know what I mean? And like, I think Tim Sykes made some money in the stock market in the early 2000s. I don't know what he's doing recently, though. You know. And I think that just hearing that story, I turned $2,000 into $3 million. Like, a lot of the time, it's just it's a meme at this point. And like I said, I'm not really against Tim Sykes. I don't really have anything against him. Like, I'm not mad at him or anything like that. It's just, you know, it's never verifiable. It's hard to verify that. You know, he could say it's verified, and it's kind of like. It's kind of like, I'll put it this way. It's kind of like you have a certain percentage of YouTubers that they'll be like, yeah, I showed my broker statements. And it's like, that's cool. But like, unless you're going to show me your broker statement every month, don't bother showing me it for 1 month. Because at that point in time, you're just cherry picking a month that you're profitable. We don't know what your broker statement looks like every other month. And so sure, I'm sure most traders are going to be profitable at least 1 month out of the year. And so a lot of the times they take that opportunity to just flash that broker statement, the one month they were profitable, and then you never see them show it again, right? So it's like, sure, once every blue moon you might have a profitable month. That doesn't prove anything. Unless you're going to show it to me every month, then don't bother showing it, because if not, it's just misleading. You know, and again, this is coming from somebody that I'm not showing my broker statements. I'm not claiming to be super profitable. In the end, we're just a resource and community for traders. So, you know, don't think I'm trying to act like holier than thou. I'm just saying, in the end, the only real way to see it is if you saw their broker statements every month after month, to really confirm it. Because cherry picking one profitable month and showing that doesn't really prove much. And I see a lot of other people doing that. I see a lot of people kind of cherry picking their one profitable month, showing their broker statements for one profitable month, and then just not showing it ever again. Alright, so we didn't get this push back up at JMP, and it's still moving up. I'm still looking at JFU as well. Here's JFU. And again, when I say this stuff, they're going to say, oh, this dude doesn't know anything. He's not profitable. He trades small. They're going to look for reasons to insult me because I'm threatening their business model realistically. But in the end, again, we're just a resource and community, and so you can't really argue with that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not over here claiming to be some super duper expert. I have been in the stock market and traded every day for years and years, though. And so I know what I'm talking about when it comes to trading as a whole. Alright, so we're going to see if we break these highs. You can see the range that I drew out played out really, really nicely. Here's the range. And, yeah, we're going to see if we actually break 11 here. I mean, we're only in 5 shares. But again, me taking profits where I originally did allows me to kind of let it work a little bit more. Bro, your live stream is dead? got like 800 people here. It's like 6:55 in the morning, my time. I don't know if you mean like down. Is my stream down? It doesn't look like it is. But if you're talking about like pure numbers, yeah, I showed it yesterday, and I'm pretty proud to show it again. These are my numbers over the last month. You know, you want to see my numbers? Pretty proud of these numbers. Yeah, check these out. These are my views right here. Views are up 116%. Watch time is up 113%, and revenue is up almost 100% at 98%. So yeah, channel's doing great. You know, appreciate the love, guys. Y'all hit that subscribe button. I certainly appreciate it. We're holding JMP. We'll watch and see what happens here. Yeah. Well, no, I didn't know if he meant like my stream was actually like down. Hey, thank you, team. Hey, yes, sir. Yeah, GameStop certainly helped out the channel, 100%. GameStop certainly helped it out. I think started early. People want to know why I'm starting it earlier. It's because I'm starting it earlier because it helps grow the channel, you know. Hey, what's up, Jonathan Rogers? I ended up here after Trader TV one time. Hey, welcome, brother. Appreciate the support, dude. All right, so here's the test. We'll try to break over 11. Alright, so there's 11. Hey, we're moving. We'll see if we break these highs and keep running. And again, me taking profits where I did allows me to kind of be a little bit more patient with this. There's 11.20s, looking good. Alright, so we just got out. We made a little $7 from that trade early in pre-market with a little 10 shares. So we made almost $1 per share with it. And yeah, like I said, take it. I hope you guys see how I managed that. I don't mind holding it long term if it looks good, but yeah, we're out of that one so far. And we'll trade it again if it looks good. But yeah, with that said, I mean, look at JMP, guys, breaking highs up to 11.20s. Hey, what's up, Abel? Yeah, this is all Benzinga right here. You mean this? Yeah, this is just price spikes. QUEN. MTC. Givo. CTXR. Yeah, we got some stuff to watch, though. AVGR spiking up a little bit. It's got to get over that previous closing price. We also have SRNE, which I've traded a decent amount before. But yeah, right now on the list, I'm looking at JMP is obviously the #1 mover right now. And again, we're pulling back some. The next step is to see if it holds this $11 level, really. Like right around $11, anywhere between really $10.75 and 11. We want to see that hold as support, you know. And so we'll see if and when, but we got to see that hold as support. Is your strategy show from yesterday still available to watch? I think so. I think they're going to clip it out, and when they do, I'll post it. Ooh, man, we're up. All right. All right, so we'll see if it holds 11 right now for JMP here. We're gonna have to wait. Yeah, I'm looking at my Kraken account, guys. I'm still looking at crypto. Where's my man Mo at with crypto? Is your only indicator percentage change in volume? No, these are scanners, brother. These are scanners, so they're not going to show the indicators. I use the VWAP mostly as an indicator. Which one, Roman? Not on scanner yet. Up 90%. TAOP. Yeah, this one just popped up. It'll pop up. Yeah, there it is. So it's on the scan now. TAOP ripping up big, guys. Look at this. Let's see if we can find the catalyst here for TAOP. 5.5 million in the float, so a very small float for TAOP. It's usually what we've been seeing lately. Short float of 0.1%. So not much of a short float here. Let me see if we can find the news for it. And so this is Taoping. I don't see any catalysts here for this one, though. If you guys know why this one's up, I don't see anything. Let me know, because I don't see anything yet on why this one's moving. It does have a very small float, so we're getting a few different floats that are pretty small today that we might be able to trade off of. Specifically, JMP is one. We made a small win on that one so far. Got out right around the highs, too, so I'm glad with the exit here. We got out right around here at 11:30. So, you know, we'll take that win, and we'll take that bounce. Again, we bought this pullback to the VWAP. You know, whole dollar VWAP level, previous confirmed support. Kind of those add up to give you a really solid trade. VC and X showing up on the list. Look at VC and X, and I also see TAOP is recently moving, guys. So we are getting some pops just now. I'm still waiting to see if I can find the catalyst for TAOP. All right, so yeah, TAOP engage. The catalyst I'm seeing from Benzinga is that TOAP engages Great Bay Capital Investment as a consultant blockchain deployment. Alright, so yeah, they basically hired a consultant for a 2-year effective term from February 19th, 21. Starting February 19th, 2021. They provide the company with business development services focusing on blockchain and digital assets like Bitcoin, Ethereum, cryptos. They are introducing the TAOP to potential investors for strategic investment. So yeah, that's the catalyst for TAOP. Basically a deal with another company over consulting. But huge drop really, really fast. And yeah, it certainly is not holding its gains right now for TAOP. We'll see if it holds at 850. I do have a level there. And look at that bounce exactly off of that level. You know, but they say technical analysis doesn't work. But look at that 850 level that was drawn out before that bounce. And look how well it respects that. So, yeah, we're watching 850 here, and you can see the bounce happening right now from it. Again, the other one I'm seeing right now is VC and X. VC and X, huge squeezes. This thing's up to the 530s, 540s. So this one's making a really, really big run. I'm pretty sure this one's a small float as well. It has to be, honestly. Yeah, 7 million in the float, so another incredibly small float stock that we can watch here. Looking at VC and X. This is Vaxinex, and they announced the signing of 2 multi-project deals with a, quote, leading pharmaceutical company focused on leveraging its active MAB platform. So, again, it signed 2 multi-project deals with a pharmaceutical company. with a few pharmaceutical companies, I guess, here, leveraging their new platform. So yeah, a deal was signed for VCNX. We're watching this one as well. Big movement here for VCNX here. We got IGC squeezing, IGC, NMTR looking okay here. WATT not really holding the moves that we wanted. But yeah, JMP still up there. VCNX is now the second watch, the second biggest rip today in the market as a whole right now, for VCNX, and so we're certainly watching this. Hey, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that, brother. Hey, thank you, dude. Yeah, I don't know why it Hey, good morning. Hey, thank you, Calm. HEPA, Jason. Yeah, a few people were mentioning that one yesterday. It's gapping up, but low volume. Looks to be a larger float, but it could be wrong. Hey, I have, Is your strategy show from yesterday still available? I don't know. I'll have to see. So I try to catch back up in the chat, guys. CCIV's EV, right? Are these potential buys? No. Yeah, when I call out a stock or when I put it on my watch list, I am not saying to buy the stock. Just like if you're making a pre-market open watch list, it's not stocks that you're going to buy. It's potential stocks that are showing up with good volume. It doesn't mean they're going to continue going up. In fact, a large majority of my watch list will probably fail just because most penny stocks fail as a whole, right? But yeah, it's certainly not a buy list. I'm not giving out buy signals. It's just a watch list that I'm looking at stocks that have good volume. Alright, so yeah, VCNX is still moving up, guys. Again, let me know what your favorite stock is right now. TAOP, it moved up too, it just didn't hold. So we're watching that too. Yeah, I check short float a lot, but a lot of stocks don't have them. Most of these penny stocks are not going to have them. I see for VCNX, I see 2% short float, so it's nothing super relevant. I don't think they're just not enough of the float. So yeah, top two, JMP, still sitting over 10, and again, this is the level I bought it previously at 10. I don't know if I like it anymore, but we can watch to see if it bounces at 10 right there. VCNX is another one. Obviously, these two are the main watches right now. And again, I think another of the catalysts today is Bitcoin. Here's Bitcoin. 53 threes are now the highs up there, over 53,000. So we're watching that previous high that we put in. I think that's the lifetime high now at 53.3. Yeah, so 53.3 is the lifetime high. We're going to watch Bitcoin-related stocks. If Bitcoin starts to push up and break this high right here, then we'll scout momentum from like RIOT or NXTD or something like that. You know, like we'll try to take advantage of it if we find something like that that looks good. I also see IDEX showing up on the list. Here's IDEX. I don't know. I don't really like the volume so far. It's not the best. It's not holding the best volume, to be honest. Yeah, it's got a big float, about 325 million in the float. Market cap of 1.39 billion, cash of 27 million, debt of 20 million. So big float. It does have a short percentage though here for IDX. There is about 12% short float percentage that I'm looking at now for it. So maybe we'll have some shorts that can get squeezed out there. But we're watching IDX at this point. UAVS is starting to move up. This is AG Eagle. TAOP's not really holding. NXTD's gapping up with Bitcoin being up, so we're watching that as well. JFU is another one that we're keeping an eye on. It's below the VWAP, but I like this move. I believe this is a small float too. I might be wrong though. This one actually I think is 40 million. Yeah, 50 million in the float for JFU. So it's a larger float than some of these other ones, but it's still pretty small. It's small enough to try to take advantage of, and we're watching that as well. MTC has got a lot to go. It's got a long way to go back up. IDX and Givo here are still moving up. Remember, IDX has a larger flow, but we can still pay attention to it. Hey, thank you, Furry. I appreciate the support, brother. Hello, Mr. Salty. EBON. Yeah, we can look at that one. Sun. It's up some today, just not that much volume. If it gets some volume, we'll certainly watch it. But right now, I mean, VCNX is the only one that everybody's really watching at this point in time. Hey, nice. Nice, Jan. Hey, good morning, bro. How much did you make yesterday? I don't know. In futures, I made a few hundred. In penny stocks, I made like 30 or 40 bucks. Nothing too crazy. I mean, my account's only 10K. So, you know. And again, I mean, I'm not claiming to be an expert over here. I'm not trying to be an expert. And we're just a resource and community for traders, guys. And so, again, if you appreciate that type of content, where a lot of other people are over here taking advantage of naive traders selling courses on publicly available content. Everything we do here is free. We're not trying to we're not trying to have that standard of being an expert. And so if you appreciate our content, hit the subscribe button, click the bell, turn on notifications. I certainly appreciate it if you do. We got a few donations this morning, and I appreciate those as well. You know, hope y'all are doing well this morning, guys. Let's hopefully have a good Friday, and I certainly appreciate it. John, where's Carol? Carol's hanging out. I mean, my kids are home right now. We got the blizzard. EXROF, Able. I mean, we'll see, man. Yeah, it seems like an OTC stock. It's not really my style, to be honest. We're looking at it, though. I mean, it's moving up. Nice daily chart, to be honest. But with OTC stocks, I think you have to trade off of daily charts and longer-term charts and hype. They're kind of what moves OTC pink sheets, and they're just not really my style. I've never traded them enough to be comfortable like analyzing them like this, to be honest. So we'll see. But yeah, good looking daily chart though. You know, at the very least. Hit that like button. Hey, I appreciate it. How do you predict stock movement? You don't. I mean, you could try to predict the movement. But I think it's more about just betting on probabilities. This is what you kind of have to do. Yeah. And I mean, listen, I know he wasn't making, you know, fun of how much money I make in the stock market. In the end, that's somewhat irrelevant. Like, we're just a resourcing community. I think in the end, like, people see I'm profitable, and I think sometimes it makes people feel some type of way to see me getting good numbers and hitting good numbers over here on YouTube and being as profitable as I am. And so when they can't insult my trading strategies or my trades that I'm actually getting to, a lot of times they have to pivot to kind of insult me on my share size or like whatever. You know what I mean? In the end, half of them are just sitting around looking to criticize. And if I have a character flaw myself, it's engaging with them too much, to be honest. I guess I just don't understand somebody that does that. You know what I mean? Like, if you're on the stream, what's the purpose? You know? Hey, you survived the extreme weather in Texas. Yeah. Hey, it was a interesting week here. My kids got to see snow, really for the first time. They've seen snow before, but it never like this. And so my kids got to see snow for the first time. Right. You say you're a prophet. Yeah, I am a prophet. You know. Yeah. Hey, London's got it going on, dog. A lot of jealousy out there. Hey, yes, sir. That's what it is, really, realistically. Yeah, I'm a bucket and a prophet. I'm a drop in the bucket, you know. You feeling confident on JFU? I don't know, well, we'll see. Not really. I mean, again, there's a few different types of traders. I'm more of a reactionary trader. So, like, I'm not trying to predict what's going to happen at the opening bell. Really, I have no idea what this is going to do. All I'm looking at is major levels, and I'm trying to react off of those levels getting hit. You know, so like if we break over the VWAP and hold, then I'm going to react from that and maybe buy it or sell it or so forth and so on. But again, I'm trying to just react to what happens. Trying to predict what's going to happen at the opening bell for JFU is, you know, I think you really have to look at sentiment as a whole, you know, instead of trying to predict exactly what's going to happen. You got to look at sentiment changes, right? So when we're below the VWAP, it's understandable to assume that we're having a little bit bearish sentiment. You know, people are selling, taking profits. Once we break over the VWAP and break over major levels and hold as support, again, it's understandable to assume that that sentiment might change and you can buy off of those major levels, trying to profit from that sentiment change, if that makes sense. And that's really what I do. So more than any type of like strategy or pattern is I'm just looking at major levels, trying to play off of those levels, and then using different indicators and price levels to determine you know, where the sentiment change is happening that I can take advantage of, if that makes sense. That's the easiest way I can explain it. But yeah, that's mostly what I'm doing. Yeah, for sure. How's your mom, Silver? I mean, we're still in AG. It's down, you know. But yeah, I mean, she'll be alright. Market's not really going bad. I mean, I heard, yeah, Ted Cruz went to Cancun. I mean, listen, I don't really shield for either side. I don't really like either political side. I think it's all nonsense as a whole, and none of them ever really do what they say they're gonna do. But if I could have gone to Cancun, I would have, you know. Just to be real about it. If I could have gotten out of there beforehand, I would have. So I can't really fault them for it, although I think I'll stay away from politics today, but I would have gone to Cancun if I could have. I guess what I was going to say is that I certainly disagree with Ted Cruz in a few different ways, but going to Cancun is not one of them. MDGS here sitting at $4. We're going to watch it and see if it holds, but yeah, MDGS is popping up. Wait, I'm showing a float of 400k, less than 400k, 316,000 in the float. That's got to be wrong, right, guys? Market cap of 61 million. Yeah, that sounds wrong. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. If it has a market cap of 61 million and it's sitting right around $3, probably when this came out, right around 3, then that would mean the float is around 20 million, right? Let me see. I gotta look this up somewhere else. That doesn't seem to be right. Okay, yeah, 6 million float. So yeah, that's about right. But I know it wasn't 300k, like it was saying 316k. That just didn't seem right. Seemed off. Hey, 19 million shares. Hey, maybe I was right, Joe. He lied about it? Hey, I don't know about any of that, man. Like I said, I'm not much of a political guy. I'm going to stay away from politics. The way I look at it, I dislike all politicians, so, you know. We got JFIN showing up here. JFIN's making some moves. But yeah, MDGS, UAVS, getting some volume coming in. Somebody else was asking me about what was it? What were they asking me about? Hey, thank you, Light. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, kind of crazy here in Texas, man. It's honestly craziness right now. Do you think it's easier to trade pre-market versus normal hours? No, I have noticeably worse results in pre-market. I have very good results on average and after the opening bell, but in pre-market I'm just not doing that hot most of the time. I mean, I'll fool around and trade really small in pre-market, and then I'll take some bigger size after the opening bell. But yeah, I'm certainly, I'll put it this way, I'm certainly not going to go around trying to teach pre-market strategies because I'm just not confident enough in them yet, and I would rather be honest about that. Pre-market, I just don't have that much of an edge, I don't think, at this point in time. Yeah, I'm looking at the catalyst here for MDGS. They said that they formed an error report. It's telling me I gotta restart my TOS. User GUI. We're just gonna continue. Hopefully it works okay. But yeah, UAVS is pushing up. But yeah, for MDGS, it says that they formed a joint venture for development of urban and logistics electric vehicles with EMU's founders. Sounds like maybe it was just my news. Yeah, guys, I gotta restart my TOS. It's acting weird. So we're gonna restart it. Let me see if I can save this real quick. I guess I gotta restart it. It's not letting me do anything. But yeah, we could look at like maybe my Kraken. Here's my Kraken account. Looking into some crypto. We're gonna look at prices. I am holding Cardano here, guys. So like Bitcoin sitting at 52K. Dogecoin, what did Doge end up doing? It's up like 7% still, and it still held some of its gains here. Like looking at Doge. What do you guys think Doge is going to do? I know Elon talked about this one again the other day. A few of the ones I'm actually holding right now, I'm holding Saya Coin and Cardano. So I'm holding this one, which has been very, very good to me, to be honest. You know, this one has made me a ton of money. Almost hitting $1 a share. So I'm holding Cardano, making my money with it. We'll see what happens. There's the chart back up. UAVS is still spiking here. But yeah, looking into, what was it? Here's Trivago. PTE. What was the one I was looking at, about to look up news for? What was it? MDGS is what it was. Whoa, a big rejection. Yeah, the catalyst for this, for MDGS. Wait, is this the same song? Why is the song playing over and over again? Yeah, I don't know. My computer's lagging a little bit, I guess. Alright. But yeah, this is it's doing it again, guys. My TOS is acting funny. My news is acting funny. Is anybody else having issues for TOS? That's weird, man. My TOS is acting weird, to be honest. I'm gonna take one share of this. I gotta test this out. I wanna make sure this isn't gonna happen to me at the opening bell. Alright, so fills are okay. Anytime I try to look at news on TOS, it just boots me out. That's strange. Is anybody else having issues? Mine too, yes. Mine is good. Yeah, look at the news releases. That's what's been messing with me, is the news releases. So like, if I try to pull up a news release on TOS, it freezes my whole monitor, or my whole thing up. And it's really, even if I try to like set up, save. Okay, so that actually worked. So yeah, I guess, I don't know, something weird is happening with it. But it seems to be orders are going okay, so okay, now it's not filling me. Okay, there it is. Alright, so yeah, it seems to be orders are going okay with it, so I'll be alright. But yeah, just, I can't look up news. MDRR is pushing up. What did VC and X end up doing? So VC and X didn't hold either. There's the dump down. Headwad news not showing. No, I'm not on PDT Erie. I have a cash account, and so if you got a cash account, there is no PDT rule. You can trade as much as you want. Alright, so here's VC and X. I'm still watching this. I don't know what I want to do. JMP is still the other one that looks okay. It's at 950. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Abel. Hey, I appreciate you using my link, brother. Yeah, and it was blank. Yeah, now WATT was acting weird too earlier. Yeah, I saw that it was blank too. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I tried restarting it. It still got weird. Hater proof. Good morning, bro. Now I can see you clearly. Cash account means no margin. He can trade with available funds, but he can't reuse the same money till the trade settles. Yeah, for sure. That's right. Yeah, I'm looking at VCNX. DYNT showing up on the list as well, but it's not really doing too much. UAVS. UAVS isn't that bad. Somebody mentioned this one in my chat this morning, or in my comments this morning, but it didn't really look that good either. Yeah, FDGS, man, it needs or VCNX. Yeah, I just don't like the way this one looks. I mean, yeah, we got this level right here, this 425, 420. 425 level that we can watch. We'll see if they hold this, but it's just such a big drop, to be honest, that I'm skeptical. Like I said, UAVS has been moving up though, and I don't know what the catalysts are for UAVS. 53 million in the float for UAVS. A pretty big short percentage though, so this one does have some shorts in there that could get squeezed out. Cash of 24 million, debt of 100K. See if I can find the news here. Alright, so UAVS is apparently a pest and disease detection drone. For UAVS, I don't know what that is, but apparently there's some type of catalyst in that market right now. Let me see if TOS's stuff is working yet. Alright, so it looks to be working actually now, so my news is finally back working. Yeah, so AG Eagle, they responded to false claims from short sellers seeking to manipulate the company's stock, and they put out something that said that a report released by Bonita's Research yesterday morning, which contained false, inaccurate, and misleading information regarding the company for AG Eagle here, UAVS. Yeah, basically cleared up some things regarding a short seller putting out some bad info on the company, clearing that up, and now UAVS is moving up here. We'll see if we bounce, and like I think this level right here, this 1125 level is interesting enough to watch. Underneath us, we've got 11 that we're pulling back to, so we'll see if we bounce there. But we're nicely green on the day after a big drop yesterday, so it basically rebounded from this entire drop yesterday for UAVS, and it's certainly one we'll watch. I see CLPS as well, but not really much volume to accompany it. VCNX did bounce at that 420, 425 level. I think Joel was talking about that, right? So nice work, brother. TAOP never did much. JMP pulling back to 950s, and you can see how well these levels I drew are actually following. Like, look at these levels. Like, people can say whatever they want about my shear size or whatever, and they can act like I don't know what I'm talking about, but look how accurately these levels followed, or this stock followed these levels. 950s, you know, right here followed really well, here followed really well. But yeah, JMP, it's getting back over the VWAP, at least it's trying to. We'll see how it reacts to all that, but it's trying to get back over the VWAP now. CLRB starting to spike up. You can see CLRB here. What are we looking for a link for? Yeah, look at CLRB. It's starting to spike up a little bit. Trey, yeah, for sure. You gotta talk a little smack every now and then, you know. CLRB's pushing up. So I'm trying to stretch out a little bit. Bad for my nerves if I just sit still like that the whole time. But man. Alright, so yeah, CLRB is pulling back some here. This one doesn't really have enough volume for me to get interested yet, but it's certainly one that we're going to pay attention to. We also have NBY spiking up a little bit. You can see Nova Bay here pushing up to the 150 level. We'll see if it actually holds at 150. AMPG trying. We got UAVS, VC, and X. So UAVS did bounce at 11. Look at this. Hey, when you know, you know. Look at that bounce right at $11. We'll see what happens now. But it's not really a tiny float, but we do have some momentum and volume coming in for it. Still watching JMP, and obviously still watching like WATT, VC, and X. See if they can hold any of their gains they put in. We got JFU, still kind of sitting around $3. MDGS just dumping all the way back down. Look at this. Wow. So yeah, MDGS did not hold any of its gains, unfortunately. Am I missing anything else, guys? Let me know. Maybe like CASA. Need some more volume though, to be honest. Yeah, CLRB maybe, but Givo, A and Y is still not bad. It's still got a ways to go though. We're all watching VIOT as well here. Still looking at USWS just from its moves yesterday too. What filters do I use for Benzinga? None really. I mean, I use these gainers, you know, 5-minute session, 15-minute, and then just, you know, I just look at all the gainers really in the entire session of pre-market. And then I look at just price spikes. I might be able to throw some new stuff on here, like highs, session high, you know. See if anything else shows up, but and we got some stuff here, but I need some more volume. BBD, GOEV, eBay, and yeah, somebody else said the SPY is rolling today, so yeah, the SPY's up pretty nicely. EBO, yeah, EBON is up some, but everything else is kind of slow. I mean, we got TREU that's trying, but there's no volume with this. Like, it's gapping up, but there's nothing to really watch here. Look at NBY, guys. So Nova Bay did get a squeeze. Look at this. So NBY is the latest one that is ripping up really big here. This one's got 31 million in the float. About 4% short float percentage, 60 million market cap, cash of 13 million, debt of about 700K, revenue of 9.75 million. So it's pretty small float. It's not really small, but it's small enough, and it's sitting right at 170s now. Looking at the longer term chart here, I mean, we do have some resistance levels that we're getting ready to test here. I think we're looking at 165 to see if it holds support here at this 165 level. I think that makes sense. And then obviously, like, we're looking at all of these highs above us at this point in time, specifically like 180, 175s, you know, just to see what happens. We do have some resistance above us at those levels. You know, we're sitting at 175 now roughly, and 179 is the high from yesterday, so I think that'll be a relevant level too here. And then we also might have like 175 right here as a $0.25 level, so we'll see if it bounces on this pullback at 165. So we did bounce at 165. Look at that. So, hey, when you know, you know. And this is, again, guys, if you could learn anything from how I do this, it's learning from how I document technical analysis. Like, even if this dumps down and fails, being able to predict where this little bounce is going to be is incredibly profitable. You know, and so I hope you guys can see how I'm using this technical analysis to determine levels that I can play off of. And again, 165 showed up on the daily chart, and where did we bounce? We bounced exactly at 165, and now we just ripped up, or maybe not, maybe that's my charting. Yeah, no, that was my charting. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. I'm still watching 165. It's still sitting right around it. It's just a confirmed level on the historical chart, so like, you can see 165 right here. It's like the high here, and it's also right around the highs of a few other levels. You know, I'll put it this way. Here's 165. You extend it to the left. Look at all the highs right around 165. Here, 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 here. You know, so I just think 165, 170 is a big level that we can watch and pay attention to. Might not hold there, though. But we did get a little bounce originally at 165, and it's still testing it now. But yeah, NBY making moves here. We'll see if it can hold 165. The next step is the VWAP right here, like 150s. VCNX. Yeah, we can look at VCNX. Wow, yeah, VCNX is ripping up, bro. So, hey, good call, Joel. Hey, that thing's ripping big, man. Look at that. So, yeah, check out VCNX, guys. It's pulling up big. Again, with VCNX, 7 million in the float, 2 million or 2% short float percentage. So, an incredibly small float for VCNX here. You know, I really like this one. If it can hold over 5, We'll watch that $5 level and see if it actually holds there. It's pulling back to it now. Kind of missed it a little bit. We'll see if it continues. But yeah, I wanted this 5 little pullback. I think I missed it some. Man. We'll come back to it. Might have missed it a little bit. Still watching JMP here to see if it holds 950s. FLNT, yeah, FLNT moved up yesterday. It's pretty slow in pre-market, but like recent levels, I'm looking at like 825s right here. Like I want to see if it holds over or under that 825 level. VCNX, Warriors trading VCNX. Oh, well then I'm not going to mess with it. There's too much risk in that then. Yeah, there's too much risk then. There's too big of squeezes. Like, if another big time like chat or guru is trading a specific ticker or symbol, then in the end it's just gonna cause a lot of crazy momentum out of nowhere that is hard to predict. It's hard to profit from, and a lot of the time you're gonna get stuck in big monumental squeezes down that can certainly destroy accounts. I mean, I don't know if they did this yesterday, but like GTEC, very small float stock yesterday. This thing started to break highs right here and then immediately got ripped down. Some trader unloaded a big position in GTEC right here around 26. It immediately pushed down, got halted, and then broke lows. So that's the risk of trading when another big trader is involved with the stock. And, it might seem the other way. It might seem like, oh, well, you can just follow these traders along. And, like, yeah, you could try to. But the problem is that if you're just a little bit late, which you're going to be at least, a quarter of the time, you're going to get a huge surge in people selling when, you're jumping into it. And so it's just going to influence the trade too much, I think. But yeah, VCNX, with that said, squeeze it up big. We'll see if it holds the VWAP now. And yeah, with that said, there's a big dump. Alright, so we are holding at 5 here. Hey, good luck, Brian. Hey, have a good day, brother. Hey, thank you, Fred. What is Glue Mobile? GLUU, right? Yeah, GLUU is Glue Mobile. VRME showing up on the list. VC and X here. There's 510s, 515s. Again, we'll see if it holds 5, but it's too much momentum. Hey, nice Joel. Congrats, brother. Yeah, I already looked at that, Rain. I already looked at it, bro. I just looked at it like a second ago. It just needs more volume. Hey, what's up, Root? Hey, good luck, Root. Hey, good to see you, brother. Just merged. Yeah, you just said it too much, Rain. I already went over FLNT too. What's too high of a float? I mean, that's subjective. But for me, too high. I mean, I'll trade stocks that have large floats. To me, if it starts to get into like 300 plus million shares in the float, it's getting a little bit too large for me specifically. But there's also like too small of a float is a thing too. Like if a stock has a less than 5 million in the float, it can be incredibly risky, and in my opinion, you got to scale down for that. Just because you know, if it's got less than 5 mil on the float, like some of these, like yesterday G-Tech, you know, some of these today have pretty small floats too, but yeah, if it's got less than 5 million in the float, it can be really easily influenced and manipulated, and sometimes you don't want to mess with that. Hey, been trying, Root, been trying, brother. Alright, so here's VC and X. Huge dump under 480s. Yeah, I don't know what a good buy level is for VC and X. In fact, like I said, if other big traders are trading this, I'm not really trying to get involved with this one right now. The only trade I made today was on JMP. And, yeah, my exit was the right exit, I think, here. I got out. I don't know where I got out, actually. I got out at like 11:20, so I got out almost at these highs. I literally got out of VC or JMP right here. You know? And so, I'm very happy with that little trade. Here's a lesson, though, guys, and this is something you want to understand. Like, listen, if you're in a trade and you're up big, okay? If you're in a trade and you're up big and you got somebody telling you, don't sell, don't sell, they don't have your best interest at heart. If you're in a trade and you're up big, you know, what I would usually do, because I got a lot of people asking, hey, I'm up such and such percentage, what should I do? If I was in that trade and I was up a big percentage, I'm going to leave it vague, but if I'm up a big percentage in a trade, I'm going to at least take some of the position off. I'm going to at least cover, you know, 50, 60% of that trade. That way I can hold a smaller position, and if it does continue, I'll still profit from it. But if it doesn't continue, which it's going to fail a percentage of the time, you're still protected, right? I think a lot of traders get involved with some of these really hyped up stocks, and when they get ready to sell and take profits, they got a bunch of dummies in chat saying, nah, don't sell, don't sell. Those people don't have your best interest at heart. They're just desperate to keep the stock price up, right? In the end, do what's going to protect yourself the most. And in my opinion, taking profits on some of these big run-ups is going to protect you. It's what you should do. Yeah, Diamond Hands gets left holding bags, and then they'll never say anything on it. Like I said, a lot of people got stuck in GameStop. People were saying, nah, don't sell GameStop. They were getting mad at me. They were calling me a hedge fund spy. They were saying Diamond Hands. A lot of YouTubers, a lot of influencers, all that stuff. Saying Diamond Hands, GameStop's back at $40. Do you hear anything about that now from them? It's silence. You know, they're not gonna talk about it because they know they were wrong, and they influenced a lot of people not to sell something that was down 75%. You know, it's just scummy if you ask me. But hey, VC and X is up to 550s, guys. We'll see what happens here. VC and X is up to 550s. Yeah, paper hands. Yeah, I'm toilet paper hands over here, man. I'm a big. One of the things I make fun of myself and I pride myself on is I'm a big wimp in trading. Like, I'm a big wimp. I take profits fast. I'm not scared to get out of the position. You know, I'm a big wimp, which over the years I've grown to appreciate about myself. Like, I might miss out on some big moves, but I'm gonna protect my account the way I need to protect it, regardless of what anybody says. And I think you got to learn to be the same way, in my opinion. You know, they'll say scared money doesn't make money, and that's fine. But, like, in the end, you got to do what's best for you. And a lot of people in the chat, or a lot of people that are influencing you, trying to tell you not to exit or whatever, do not have your best interest at heart. But yeah, MDGS never really did much. UAVS still sitting over 11. We'll see if it holds there. MTC, JMP. Still watching VC and X. TAOP, what did it end up doing? I mean, I think VC and X is the only move right now that looks good. That's good. Nothing wrong taking profits. Yeah, yes, sir. Newbie here. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, for sure. We get a lot of people that are like, they're used to kind of the hyped up culture of the trading world, right? You get a lot of like stock pick videos, like their kind of culture is like never sell, right? Which is a terrible philosophy and it's a terrible mentality. You should always sell if it looks weak. I'll put it this way. If a stock drops 80%, I'm going to toilet paper hands it up, you know? And that's understandable. But for some reason, some of these groups, they're like, yeah, never sell. You don't lose until you sell. And it's a terrible culture. It's reinforcing the wrong things to traders. And they have this really weird loyalty to people that just want their money, you know. It's just strange, but in the end, like I said, you're your own best advocate, you know. We'll see what happens here. And again, I didn't really like this one because I heard some other traders were trading it, but yeah, this one's up. We'll see what happens if it starts to hit these highs up here at like 575s. There's 595s. My friend lost 50K believing GameStop was going to 1,000. Yeah, a lot of people did. From the start, it was jokey, and you were clear there were fundamentals that make sense. For which one, Root? For GameStop? Yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday, but what the saying is true is that if you're hearing about a stock on the news, the move is done. You know, the move is done. It's probably up and it really extended. You know, it could have, though. I mean, it could have. I could win the lottery, too. You know, doesn't mean I am. Yeah. Yeah. You saw through the GameStop nonsense, missed the mention. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people lost a ton of money, and you know, it's an interesting topic, but man, it's just kind of one of those things where people got mad at me for talking about it so much, but it's a good lesson for traders. And again, like, the only reason I was talking about it is because I genuinely wanted to save new traders money. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of new traders got involved, and it's unfortunate. It's good and bad. Like, at least they got involved with the stock market, but a lot of gamblers were risking their life savings on GameStop, you know, which, you know, it's just gambling, and I was trying to help them, but there was such a toxic culture surrounding that nobody wanted to hear it, you know, and maybe now, and like I said, I've had a few people reach out to me and say, hey bro, you banned me before, but you were right, and I was just emotional and upset. You know what I mean? And like, I've had a few people that were introspective enough to like reach out to me and be like, hey, you were right. You were just trying to help, and I respect what you're doing. I was just emotionally, you know, torn up and upset. And so, you know, it is what it is, but yeah, I mean, we're just talking about it. I mean, it's not that I'm really explaining myself. I'm just explaining, I'm just talking about it because I think it's an interesting subject right now, especially in this craziness. I see SNSS show up on the scans. Not enough volume to really accompany it yet. AAU, this is, I thought this was gold. Maybe it's a different symbol. I saw a car license plate that said HODL on. Yeah. They should watch your video. I literally. Yeah, it is what it is. Just a common grocery price scanner. Which one? I know they had some type of barcode scanner the other day. I was looking at. I can't remember what it was though. Yeah, I don't really see anything right now though. VCNX is the only one. You know, it's the only one that is moving, and looking to see if it holds the VWAP here is interesting. Right around $5. It might. But again, VCNX, small float, 7 million in the float, so pretty small. We're watching it. We'll see what happens. CBAT. Yeah, I saw CBAT. I made some money on CBAT. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but yeah, CBAT is popping up here, guys. Look at CBAT. It's at 870s. We'll see if it holds this 875 level, and it did. So look at that support and resistance. Look at that bounce exactly off of there. 30 million in the float. Decent short float percentage for CBAT though. The short float's like 15%. Market cap of almost 700 million. Cash of about 8 million. Debt of 33 million. So more cash than debt. Or no, more debt than cash, I mean. So not a great ratio there, but sometimes that doesn't matter. Decent short float that potentially can get squeezed out. 30 million in the float, so it's small enough to have some momentum, hopefully. Years. Funny. It took years. It depends on what you're trading. What's the budget to day trading? Is there a minimum? Not really. It depends on what you're trying to trade, how you're trying to trade, the stocks you're trying to trade, the strategies you're using, how long you're trying to trade. It's really a loaded question. You know, if you're trading penny stocks and you're trying to trade like me, you know, I would say the minimum you need is like a few thousand. How does the short float affect a trade? Because when you cover a short position, you have to buy those shares back, right? And it causes this domino-like momentum when shorts get squeezed out of their trades from all the buys, the covering buys getting hit all at once. It's called a short squeeze, if you've ever heard that term before. It's exactly what propelled GameStop so high, because the GameStop short float was 120%. But when you got a lot of traders that are shorting a stock and their stop losses get triggered, then it kind of causes this domino-like push up. Right, it's called a short squeeze, and it just kind of, some stop losses get triggered, buys come in from that, pushing it up higher, causing more stop losses to get triggered, more buys coming in from that, higher and higher and higher and higher. And so you look at a short float percentage to see how bearish people are, obviously, but also to see if there's potential to get squeezed up, like GameStop, for instance. Like, that's what happened with GameStop. That's why GameStop went from like $12 to 400 and something in like a day or two, because it had so many shorts that got squeezed out. It wasn't fundamental at all. Like, GameStop fundamentally is terrible, but it didn't matter because there were so many shorts piled in there that when they got squeezed out, so many buys started coming in from them covering that, yeah, it just caused this huge momentum upswing. So CBAT, we're still watching it. Hey, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. Did you get in on the cannabis train? A lot of people got burned with it. Yeah, so believe it or not, guys, like I said, people can say whatever they want about me as a trader, but I was talking about the cannabis move. If you've been in the stream, I was talking about cannabis 2 or 3 weeks before that move. You know, I bought SNDL. I was very open about buying a decent amount of shares for SNDL and a bunch of other cannabis stocks before any of that crazy rip up. And so I was able to make hundreds of percentages in those trades. I bought SNDL at like 120s. I bought MJ, the cannabis ETF, pretty low. And I was talking about it pretty consistently over the few weeks leading up to that big cannabis boom. And again, people made fun of me for getting out of SNDL. But looking in hindsight, I'm very glad I got out where I did. I ended up scaling in and out all the way up to this level up here. And my final exit was right here at 325. I exited the rest of my position at 325. Much to the chat's dismay. Everybody was upset I was getting out here. But again, looking in hindsight, that was the right exit. So I'm very glad I did. But yeah, I didn't get burned by it. I made a decent amount of money, and I was really early with it. So one of my best swing trades I've ever done, really, on the cannabis in the cannabis sector. TAOP is pushing back up here. TAOP sitting just over 850s. We're watching that. Hey, nice TNB. Hey, congrats, bro. Thanks a lot, bro. Hey, thank you, Easy. I appreciate that, dude. I remember you did. Yeah, for sure. I talked about it a bunch, too. Not only did I talk about it on this stream, but I talked about it in my Benzinga live, in my Benzinga Sunday show. Like, I have a Sunday show on Benzinga at 7 p.m. Eastern every Sunday on the Benzinga channel. I have a penny stock show. I talked about it a bunch on that show as well, you know. In that show, I've been making some good calls. I talked about OCGN before it ripped. I talked about SOS before it ripped. I talked about BRQS before it ripped. So I talked about a lot of these stocks before they went crazy. I would love to say I actually took advantage of some of them, but I didn't. But I've been talking about a lot of stocks, and it's an interesting show, so y'all come check it out every Sunday. JFU's trying to push up. I'm still looking at VC and X here, too. Now, it's testing these highs. I think if we're looking at short-term levels, 550 is the most recent relevant level that we should watch. Again, 550 looks interesting. We'll see what happens if it holds this and continues up. But it's certainly one that I'm watching now. And again, TAOP looks okay. NSPR is ripping up some. JMP, no, not JMP, what is it? JFU. JFU's trying to fight back and hold $3, so we're watching that too. And I'm not against dip buying cannabis if it drops enough. It's at 7 p.m. Eastern, Fred. And I'm not against dip buying cannabis stocks if they drop enough. So, like, it depends. Like, I'm waiting for SNDL to break out of this downward trend it's in. Like, if you look at SNDL, you know, it's a pretty obvious downward trend here. Again, I drew it out earlier, but here's the trend. You know, really obvious trend here. So, if it breaks out of this trend, maybe I'll get interested in it short term. And I don't hate cannabis long term, but I don't know if SNDL is the right one. LODE pushing up. I'm sure there's a lot of puns to be made with LODE again. We also have LKCO making moves. What was the one that ripped up? It was 3 letters. It was like NG something. We had a 3-letter like stock that started with NBY maybe. Yeah, it was NBY that pushed up. This one looks like a larger float though. Can I share the link of my Sunday? Sure. Or Sunday show? Sure. Let me find it. Yeah, here's my the last show we did is right here. I'll post it. Yeah, there's the link right there for small caps with beginner trading. APA. Made all my losses back. Hey, nice Joe. Congrats, bro. Hey, that VC and X trade was nice, man. You called that level out, too. See if we hold 575 here. So we did hold 550. We'll see if it holds 575. Just a huge range at this point. You got to be careful, but we're watching it, too. We got 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes until the bell. Let me know what your favorite stock is right now. Can I buy a pair of your socks? $1,000, bro. Yeah, I mean, it certainly needs a pullback now. I mean, like I said, look at 550. See if it bounces at 550. Can't lose on a trade if you hold it forever. Hey, a lot of the WSB crew is saying the same thing. Yeah, we're watching Riot here. Is Bitcoin pushing? Yeah, so Bitcoin's getting ready to test highs, guys. Look at, like, NXTD. I'm going to buy a little bit of NXTD here just in case. All right, we're in NXTD here, and I'm going to watch Bitcoin to see if it breaks these highs and I get a move up in this. So we're with the 100 shares here for NXTD. It's a crypto-based stock similar to some of these other ones, but it's a cheaper Bitcoin-related stock. So if Bitcoin starts to break up, should be good for me. We'll see. But I just bought 100 shares. We'll see what happens. What's another Bitcoin stock like SOS here? Isn't SOS one? We're getting a little bit of a drop there. Hey. Alright, we got out of half that. But NXTD squeezing up here. We're only holding 50 shares. I just wanted to take a little bit of profit from it so I can be up in pre-market and see if we can take advantage of it. Alright, we're only holding 25 shares left, and we'll come back to that. I'll try to hold this one to the opening bell. And again, it's very similar to what I did in my other trade I got into, which is that I took most of the profit off. That way I can be much more patient with it. It's a baby little trade. It's pre-market, so I'm not trying to honestly risk that much. But if I could start the pre-market session up, I'm happy with that. Or if I could start the market open up, then I'm happy with that. And now I can just let this work. Again, if you look at Bitcoin here, here's Bitcoin. It's sitting right around the lifetime highs, and I think if it breaks lifetime highs, we're going to get a push in other crypto-related stocks. So here's 53s, and we're going to wait for that to break on Bitcoin and hopefully be patient enough to hold through this. But we're already up enough to where we're not super worried about it either way. VC index is sitting at 580s. PLTR, really hyped up stock, recent IPO, isn't it? Yeah, IPO last year. We'll see. WATT, yeah, we can watch WATT. We're keeping an eye on it at least. Nice little gap up for PLTR. LODE showing up, guys. Look at LODE now. Name some other Bitcoin stocks. Oh, wait. LODE is a Bitcoin stock. That's probably what I should have bought. CTRM, DPW. Yeah, I know DPW is one. CTRM. LODE is getting squeezed. Isn't this a mining stock, right? Yeah, let's look at LODE. It's a mining stock, right? Big dump. I mean, there's not much of a short float in LODE, so I don't know if it's really getting squeezed or if it's just getting sympathy from it being a mining stock and Bitcoin pushing up to test highs is what I think it really is. Bitcoin just rejected back down, though, and so we'll watch my NXTD trade. But again, watch to see if it drops now, just because Bitcoin dropped, and so we'll hold this one break even at this point. Hey, what's up, Fred? Hey, thank you for the dollar, brother. Shout out to you, Fred. Thank you, man. Appreciate the love, bro. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the dollar, brother. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate the support. Is Tesla a sleeping giant? I mean, it's not really sleeping, I wouldn't say. Yeah, we're going to get out of here, break even. We're going to try to get out of NXTD break even if it lets me. Okay. Okay. Alright, guys. I guess it's my fault. Alright, well, we got exactly break even. I'm frustrated because I forgot to switch this over to EXT. I guess when I restarted my computer, it switched it back to day, I guess. I don't know why. But yeah, we got out break even. And again, Bitcoin dropped pretty big here. And this is one of the reasons you take profits when you can. Bitcoin had this big drop. It looked to be like it was about to break this 53.3 level, and it didn't. It just rejected. So now we're going to see like LODE drop. We're going to see a lot of these kind of go with it. And so yeah, I'm out of NXTD. Glad I'm out of it. VC and X still breaking highs, guys. Look at this. It's at $6 now. Crazy squeeze, guys. Yeah, that's rough, Eddie. Riot? Yeah, we can look at Riot. I mean, Riot's too expensive for me to play off of, though, to be honest. Like, Riot's almost $70. I might scalp this one, but it's not going to be in pre-market. You know what I mean? Like, I'll trade this one today, but it's not going to be in pre-market. IDRA, TGB, PXS, LTBR. I'm looking for some other stuff, but yeah, LOD drop it. Look at JFU here. So JFU broke over the VWAP. It broke over these levels. Hey, my man. Can you please look at OPTI? Thank you for the $2, brother. Yeah, I got you, man. Look at JFU starting to rip, though. JFU squeezing up. It's at 330s now, team. OPTI had a big run yesterday. It's falling back down some. We got to look at the daily chart. I think this 30-cent level, and especially 25 cents, is going to be a support level. Now, who knows if it's actually going to bounce here. But, like, 30 cents has confirmed a bunch on the longer-term chart. We also have 25 cents right here, which is a quarter. You know, it's a quarter level, which is a big psychological level. So, yeah, 30 cents looks to be maybe some support as well as 25 cents. And the daily chart, the daily chart honestly looks pretty strong. And so, yeah, it's certainly one that I'm paying attention to and watching. And so we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. But, yeah, it doesn't look terrible. And we'll see. I appreciate the $2, brother. Thank you, man. But, yeah, look at JFU. JFU back over VWAP. It's sitting at 330s now. So we'll see if it holds. But JFU squeezing up, guys. Volume's coming in. I don't remember what the float was for JFU here. 48 million. So it's not incredibly small of a float or anything like that. But it is certainly worthwhile enough to watch, I think, in this instance. What do you guys think of Bitcoin? Do y'all think Bitcoin's going to break highs today? Let me know. It's sitting at 53K now. So do y'all think Bitcoin's going to break highs? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, look at JFU, guys. It's popping up here. It just ripped up about 7% in the last few minutes. So watch JFU. Still looking at Hoth from yesterday, although it's not the best. WATT. Yeah, I'll check that one out. I gotta figure out something else to do with my crypto, Joel. So yeah, I'll check it out. ATOM. Or no, ETH. Ethereum, right? I'll check those out. Y'all think it'll certainly break 33.3K today for Bitcoin? GameStop trading sideways right now? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, if you're buying and selling in pre-market, Cheryl, you have to use a limit order. You just can't use market orders. So if you're buying and selling in pre, you just got to use a limit order, and you should be able to trade it fine aside from that. LODE is pushing it up. Or is pushing up. It's sitting at 507s right now. So we're watching that. VCNX looks good, 620s. Still holding those gains, so this is certainly what we're watching. Bitcoin here is breaking below, under 53K, which is a pretty big move here. It's a big psychological move under, a whole 1,000 level, so 53K. Big move here, and so we'll see if it rebounds and breaks back over 53. I wouldn't be surprised to see other Bitcoin stocks drop with that news here. Yeah, there's RIOT dropping with it, MARA dropping with it, NXTD I'm sure is dropping with it too. Yep. So SOS, same type of thing. So a lot of these are following the market. I think if I'm gonna pairs trade Bitcoin, I'm either looking at Riot or SOS today. So if Bitcoin breaks highs, I might sympathy trade some of these here and try to take advantage of that. Again, let me know what you think. JFU's pulling back to the 325 level, so we'll see if it holds there too. Scammers in the chat. Scammers in the chat trying to tell you to go to an account manager. Come on now. Listen, guys, never buy that nonsense. I'm never going to... There's a fake me running around in the comments section, so I do want to tell you guys about that. There is a fake me running around in the comments section, and it's trying to send people over to WhatsApp. It's not me. Do not listen to it. I'm never going to send you over to WhatsApp. I don't even have a WhatsApp, really. And so I'm never going to send you there. I'm never going to try to send you a number or set you up with any type of account manager. It's 100% a scam. Don't listen to them. Now they're in my comment section. If you ever see somebody in the comment section claiming to make a bunch of money through an account manager, they are just scamming you and they're going to try to get you to send them Bitcoin. Don't listen to them. We insta-ban those around here. And, yeah, I see it all the time. No course crew, yeah, we're trying. Yeah, JFU. Hey, JFU did rip. Yeah, look at that. So, still squeezing here. We'll see if it holds at 350 now, $0.50. I don't know if it will, but if it can pull back to like this level here as well. All right, guys. Hey, the bell is approaching us, team. The bell is approaching us. What do you guys think today? Good luck. VCNX. Yeah, we're watching VCNX. I see MFH showing up on the list too. VCNX still ripping. So yeah, main watches right now, guys. I'll go ahead and talk about my main watches. They are VCNX, JMP. VCNX, JMP. At this point in time, JFU. And that's about it. VCNX, JMP, JFU are really the ones I'm watching right now. And then, again, we're going to be watching Bitcoin, looking for sympathy. So, like, if Bitcoin pushes up and breaks these highs, we're going to watch, like, SOS. We're going to watch Riot. We're going to watch NXTD. And so we got a bunch of stuff that we're going to watch if Bitcoin starts to break highs, looking for sympathy plays there. But short-term momentum that we're spotting right now is JFU. This one's pushing up big. It did pull back a little bit, but it held 350s. And now it's continuing up here. We got these highs up here at 380s that we can pay attention to. We got $0.25 level at 375 right there. And we got 350 underneath us that we're paying attention to as well here. ANY trying to push up here. MDGS. We're still going to watch MDGS and some of these other ones like LODE. Still holding the VWAP at least, sitting at 480s. All right, guys, we got 4 minutes, guys. Good luck, team. Y'all ready to trade live? Y'all hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Listen, before the opening bell. We trade live every day for free. So we're going to get into some trades at the opening bell. If you appreciate free content like this, guys, hit the subscribe button. We don't charge for any of our content. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't want that standard to live up to. We're just a resource and community for traders. If you appreciate movements like that in the trading world, which are honestly pretty rare at this point in time, hit the subscribe button, click the bell, turn on notifications. I certainly appreciate it if you do. And yeah, I'm definitely happy with the growth we've had over this channel over the last few weeks and months, to be honest. So appreciate the love, guys. Let's keep growing. Hit the subscribe button. The open happens in 4 minutes, team. We got almost no delay on the stream. And yeah, good luck, guys. 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Best trading channel on YouTube. Hey, we try. We try. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Run those numbers up. Let's get it. Hey, yeah, we're looking at CBAT too. Yeah, somebody else mentioned CBAT. We're watching that one certainly. We did have a spike here. I want to see it hold the VWAP though, and it's not right now. Only issue for me. ACDG, nah, that one's not that good. But yeah, my main watch is again VCNX, or VCNX, yeah, VCNX, JFU, JMP, and then we'll watch like WATT. We'll watch like UAVS. We got a bunch of other ones that we're watching, but those are my main watches right now. NBY is still holding, but yeah, VCNX, JMP, JFU, and that's about it. We got a bunch of other stuff that we're watching, but those three are really the ones that I'm going to be watching specifically at the opening bell to see if we can profit from them. You know, again, those 3 or 4 are the main ones on my list. Like I said, guys, y'all hit that subscribe button. I watch you every morning. I only wake up early to watch you and my stocks. Hey, thank you, Lewis. I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate the support, dude. First day on your stream, subbed. Hey, thank you, Billy. This chat rocks. Hey, we try. Thank you. Thank you, bro. I try to connect every day. I learn a lot and love you. Still humble. Hey, thank you, Manuel. I appreciate that, brother. Hey, we're going to keep growing, guys. We're going to keep growing. We're going to keep moving up, and I certainly appreciate the support. Get ready, guys. The opening bell's in 1 minute. Let's do this. 1 minute, guys. Again, I'm watching JFU, VCNX, and JMP. Those are the 3 I'm really focusing on at the opening bell. Now, I don't know if those are going to be the ones I trade. I don't even know if those are going to be going up. They might crash down. But again, that's what I'm paying attention to just based off of momentum right now. So we'll see what happens. All right, guys, here's the bell. 30 seconds. Good luck. What does TD Ameritrade charge per trade? If you're trading NASDAQ, exchange listed stocks, nothing. If you're trading pink sheets, OTC stocks, I think it's like $7 a trade. But for me, nothing, because I trade NASDAQ listed stocks most of the time. All right, guys, here's the bell. 10 seconds. I'm looking for a jump at the opening bell for JFU, just because we got a drop here. There's the bell, guys. Let me put these regular scanners up here. There we go. Alright, so here's JFU. Ooh, big drop at the opening bell. Could be easily wrong here. We'll see if it breaks this 340 level. That might be something that I get interested in. And I'm looking at OBSV, team. OBSV showing up. Look at OBSV. JMP. Watching that. TAOP pushing up a little bit for TAOP. It's sitting at 760s. Look at TAOP. Still watching JFU here. See if we get some type of reversal. But TAOP is one of the big ones showing up on my list here. Look at JMP, guys. JMP squeezing up here. Tiny float for this one, too. A very small float for JMP. JFU is pushing up, but we'll see if it holds now. Again, I'm watching over 340s. If it can't break that, I don't know if I like it. HEPA. Watching Bitcoin too. Bitcoin's back over 53K. Alright, I'm looking for... There's VC and X show up on my list. There's VC and X. Was it JPU? What was it? JFU? No. JPM? No. What was it? CTXR? JMP is what it was. Yeah, look at CTXR, guys. JMP with a huge tank down here. Crazy drop for JMP. Big boy trader just unloaded there. We're still watching JFU. If JFU breaks 340, we're going to get interested in it. JMP, CTXR showing up on the scans. CTXR. So, yeah, look at CTXR. Look at SFTW, guys. SFTW. Huge rip up this open. But yeah, look at SFTW, guys. Big rip. VC and X, huge rip too. TAOP, big squeeze up as well. Look at CTXR. CTXR's over 2. JFU didn't really do nothing. VC and X though, guys. Whoa. Alright, we're running with 25 shares of this. Took half off there. I'm riding up 15 shares now for this one. Breaking highs. And we're going to get out the rest there. So we just scalped $7 from VC and X here very quickly. You know, maybe it continues going up, but we just wanted to catch this little pullback to the whole dollar right there at 670, or the quarter dollar at 675. We were able to catch that. And yeah, this thing's continuing up. It hit 750 and then rejected there for VC and X. Watching these scans to see what else is showing up right now. Look at our RENN. REN right here, RENN. Getting some volume, but still not the best, to be honest. HSTO. Trying to break over these highs for HSTO. We'll see what happens here at 180, but I need some more momentum, to be honest. VC and X is still trying to break this high of the day up here. Got up to 750s. Huge squeeze up. Huge big rip. Again, though, I mean, this one is up huge already on the day, guys. And originally, I was looking for a 650 pullback, but I decided to compromise and buy the quarter dollar pullback instead right here at 675. And it was a good little buy there. But we're still watching it, and it's got a big range, guys. So, yeah, y'all be careful. It could easily come back down here. It's got a very small float. And so we'll see if it bounces at like 7 right here, really. There's the pullback to 7. I'm also seeing TAOP show up on the list here. Look at TAOP. It's up to 840s. It's hitting the VWAP. The only thing I'm worried about TAOP with is if it rejects the VWAP. And that's always a possibility in penny stocks like this. Or, you know, they could easily reject the VWAP like that. Again, we're watching VC and X here to see if it holds at $7 and bounces off of this $7 level. Alright, so we did bounce at 7. We bounced exactly off of 7. And there's the rip up. So we did bounce at $7. Wasn't able to take advantage of that push, but was right overall about that kind of idea. Quick little bounce at 7. We're up to 780s right now, guys. So huge rip up. There hasn't been one red candle for this one though. So again, it's a big parabolic move right now. It's making big rips, big squeezes up here. But this is one of those ones where it might run up and there might be a lot of opportunity, but when it starts to come down, it's going to come down fast a lot of the time. So y'all be careful with VCNX. Look at ESGC, but man, there's 8s for VCNX. TAOP still trying to get over the VWAP here. I'm still kind of looking at like LODE and Bitcoin as a whole. Here's Bitcoin. If it starts to break 53s, then I'm going to jump in some sympathy. Look at Riot, guys. Riot is ripping up pretty big here. It's at 72. So Riot's pulling back some here. I'm still looking at VCNX. Wow, look at this drop for VCNX. Crazy momentum here, guys. So y'all be careful. But we're watching this. Got a quick little pullbacks here, but we still haven't had a red candle yet. So y'all be careful. We're gonna look at like JFU to reverse. You know, JFU to reverse, but right now the main watch is VCNX. It's what everybody else is paying attention to, and it's what everybody else is watching at this point in time. TAOP halted? Yeah, so TAOP is halted. I wonder why. It's a weird halt. Doesn't look like the most volume coming in, unless it's just like one trader. Let me look at the halt and see why. Alright, so here's a rip up, a 1 minute pullback. So we did get we finally got a red candle on VCNX here. So, you know, here's a 1 minute pullback. Alright, so yeah, TAOP is a circuit breaker halt. RENN is a volatility halt. So RENN had a volatility halt just now, but yeah, VCNX is a circuit breaker halt. Or not VCNX, TAOP, I mean, is a circuit breaker halt. Not VCNX. There's JFU. Squeezing up big. I kind of missed out on my opportunity there, but JFU squeezing up big. AZYO looking big. TAOP still halted. This one should resume at in 1 minute. This one should resume. What's Bitcoin doing? Sorry, I'm in NXTD here. Only 100 shares. Bitcoin is edging closer to these highs, and I want to jump in early and let this kind of work to see if we're going to continue, you know, in the direction I'm looking for NXTD here. It's only 100 shares, but if Bitcoin starts to break highs, I should get some nice momentum that I can take advantage of, because that's really what I'm shooting for here. Small position though, and obviously, let's see if we can get out in time. Yeah, I just had to jump out of that. Big drop there, which was unexpected to be honest, but it's alright. This is the first loss we've had today. TAOP is resumed. Here's TAOP. So we did reject the VWAP, which was my concern originally, is that, you know, a lot of the time we can reject the VWAP there. Let me look at like SOS. I see Bitcoin moving up, testing these highs, and I would like to take advantage of it, to be honest. Here's TOP trying to break this 870 level. There it goes. There's the break. Still watching VC and X here. Big pullback, but just crazy movement and volatility at this point in time. SOS just dumped down, which is weird. Bitcoin's breaking highs, which is just strange. You know, not used to it, to be honest. TOP, yeah, TOP had a big jump. What's another crypto stock? I mean, I guess I could trade Riot, but I don't want to use all my equity, and it's falling down as Bitcoin was pushing up, which is really, really weird. I feel like I've heard that song more than once, haven't we? Maybe I'm just tripping on it, but I thought I heard that song more than once. Let me see if we can find something to take advantage of here. I'm looking at VTGN. Here's a pullback that we might be able to catch. We're gonna get in that with 100 shares. But name me some crypto stocks that are cheap enough that I can take advantage of. I was looking at NXTD, and it just fell down too fast, guys. EBON, is that crypto? Okay, here. Here, hold on. Yeah, I'll put on some music here. Hold on. Glad I got out of NXTD when I did. All right, so I'm in a little position here. It's not a big position for VTG, and obviously, but I want to see what's gonna happen, to be honest, and I want to see if it bounces from this move and actually holds like some of these major levels. You know, Bitcoin did reject at those highs, but if we start breaking underneath like 55, I'm just gonna bail out of this. There's no reason for me to really stay in it. Here, sorry. I'm just kind of scalping another move. Hold on. I'll show you in a second. Riding this up nicely here. Trying to take profits on the run up here and just scale out of it just because it's got such a huge range. But hold on one second. I'm going to get out here and take my money and maybe rinse and repeat that if we can find something that looks good in that. VTGN is still making nice moves here that we're profiting from. We're going to take half off here and just bank that profit while we have it. And then slowly scale out of this one on the last little bit here. All right, so we're out of that one too. So yeah, profitable day so far for the most part. Hold on, I'll put the music back on in a second, guys. I'm trying to manage a lot of different things here. I'm also seeing XPL show up. XPL, and we'll see if VTGN was the right move. I did lose a little bit on NXTD. There we go. All right, here goes Bitcoin. It's starting to edge closer. What's some Bitcoin stocks, guys? I know you've already kind of answered, and there's Bitcoin broke highs. So Bitcoin did break the lifetime highs right now, team. It did break those highs. Unfortunately, the only one I really was prepared for was NXTD, and it just didn't follow it that much. I know like SOS was another one. But these are around the lows of the day. Just weird. Here's UAMY. I don't know if this is up from Bitcoin. FTFT, DPW. Yeah, we can look at those. But they're just down on the day, so it's like it's just a weird spot. FTFT does look good, though. Moving up in unison with Bitcoin. There's 860s. And here goes NXTD now, but at this point I'm kind of skeptical of it, to be honest. It's the first loss I had today. Bitcoin moving up nicely here too, team. Here's Bitcoin. I'm still kind of looking at XPL. I don't hate this little pullback area here, but I'm not sold on it either, so we're going to have to wait and see. Here goes NXTD, so maybe I was just wrong with this. Bitcoin breaking highs. Bitcoin is up to 55K roughly. 54K, I mean. Wow, Bitcoin rising, guys. Look at Bitcoin here. Look at RIOT. And so we can watch some Bitcoin-related stocks. Here's the SPY. Here's NXTD here up too. Here's NXTD ripping up with Bitcoin. So I should have bought some anyway, but you can't take everything, I guess. But man, DPW rising. All right, NXTD here. I want to see if it pulls back to 280s, but again, I think we got to watch Bitcoin as a whole. VTGN ripped up too. Yeah, a lot of altcoins go up too, which should be good for me. I'm holding a few of them, you know. I'm scalping a little bit of futures too. I'm trying to figure out how to put my P&L window up. I lost it. That's not it. All right, we bought 100 shares here on NXTD. We got the little pullback that we wanted, and we're going to keep it pretty fast here. All right, we just got out of half. There's the squeeze. We got a rise there. Big rejection, though, fast, too. We're going to get out of half there just to protect it and make most of our money back in NXTD. And then hold this 25 shares to really try to profit from it if it continues. If Bitcoin continues to ride up, I don't mind holding this little share size. But this is basically taking away my loss on the day. There's 95s. We're going to profit from that real quick. So, yeah, we just basically made our money back Very green day again today, guys, to be honest. Very green day. Oh, my bad, guys. Here. Sorry, I'm trying to mess with... forgive me for taking so long to put the music back on. I'm really just multitasking, to be honest, right now. I'm trying to trade futures. I'm trying to look at other stuff. I talked about this 285 pullback, and we got just that, and I was able to make my money back. But so far, so good with VC and X. Man, that one continued up, though. It's up to 870s right now, guys. Crazy rip, to be honest. VC and X still sitting up there. Bitcoin's still rising. Alright, so here's 850s. I want to see if it holds at 850s for VC and X. That's what I'm watching here. You can see I also made about $50 right here in on the E-mini in the futures market. So we're up that. Again, most of our money was made today on VC and X, but we did trade VTGN. We did trade. What else did we trade? We traded NXTD a few times. We traded JMP. So pretty accurate day. And here's the NXTD moving in conjunction with Bitcoin as a whole. Here's Bitcoin moving up to trying to break highs. Here's 290s here. Glad I sold what I did. I got out basically right around those highs as well. But yeah, VC and X is kind of the biggest mover right now. It's kind of the craziest mover, to be honest. This thing's up to $9, over 9. It did hold at 850, but there's not many pullbacks for me to take advantage of, to be honest. So like, that's the issue. Alright, I'm also in a futures trade. I'm going to try to get out of this if I can here. Alright, so I just got out. So you can see I'm up 87.50 on the day. Can you guys see that? No, you can't. I'm up 87.50 on the day in futures. I just scalped another little futures trade. Kind of wish I would have held it a little bit longer, considering what the futures market is now doing and that I'm watching it do here. SNDL? Yeah, SNDL's dumping down here. I mean, it looks a little cheap to me. Maybe I'll buy a little bit. I don't know. I see Bitcoin rising, though, guys. Look at, like, Bitcoin here. Here's BTC. It's breaking lifetime highs. The new lifetime high is 53.6, 53.7. Just broke the lifetime high again. And so I'm looking at NXTD again here. We're going to quickly buy this and try to ride this thing up. We're in 100 shares again of NXTD. See if we can get into the 90s again as Bitcoin continues to push highs here. I got to be fast and unload this one quickly if Bitcoin does drop. And so we got to be careful in that regard, but like, this is what we're looking at now. Take a little bit of profit off just to bag some money in the mix and see if this thing breaks highs again. And again, we've gone from red to green in this position, in this trade, in this symbol, I mean. And so it looks like a small win, and it is a small win, but we were down on it already. So we're kind of fighting our way back, if that makes sense. I'm going to get out. That's a big drop. We're going to take the little profit we made in it and move on. Basically get out, break even there. EOLS is trying to squeeze. Bitcoin pulling back a little bit. Here's Bitcoin. So Bitcoin pulling back some, which is why I jumped out of NXTD when I did. Look at this pullback here. So I'm not trying to get stuck in a big wash from Bitcoin. The biggest level at this point, there's two of them on the Bitcoin chart. The first one is 53 here, like right around 53,500, 53,400s. And then the previous lifetime high at 53.3 is the next one in my opinion. So that's what we're watching for. Also, look at TAOP here. TAOP starting to climb its way back. So we're looking at TAOP, and I'm still not necessarily done with NXTD. I mean, if Bitcoin starts to rip up and break highs, I'll dip by that all day. It just depends. Flying Soul said, "Can you pump SOS for me, bro? I need the pump." What's the float for SOS? Yeah, it doesn't have a public float. I think it's like 40 million. But nah, I'm not going to pump nothing for you, brother. Sorry, dude. MTR. Look at TAOP, guys. TAOP. TAOP and LOIT. Still making moves here. Still squeezing up. And I will say this, guys, if you want to help support the channel here, we do all of this live. I don't claim to be an expert or anything like that, but we trade penny stocks, futures, completely live on the stream every single day. Hit that subscribe button. We don't charge for any of our content. We're not over here claiming to be experts in selling courses or services. We're just a resource and community for traders. And if you want to help supplement, you know, what we make here at this channel, check out Webull. If you open up an account with Webull, you get a free stock. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock. They've got zero commission, free paper trading, a really dope platform to learn on, free scanners as well on Webull. Just a lot of great content to take advantage of. Free stocks. You know, if you spin the wheel and do some more steps, you win more free stocks as well on Webull. And so get some free stuff. Check out Webull. Help support your boy here. And I'll post this Webull link if you want to check it out. There's the Webull link right there if you want to see it. Man, I'm a little bit mad I sold out of my NXTD trade because look at this rip, guys. NXTD's ripping, and honestly, Bitcoin's not really. Bitcoin's falling down some. Look at Bitcoin drop here. Here's BTC right now, so Bitcoin's not really moving up. It's actually falling down faster. Back down to that previous lifetime high at 53.3K. Yeah, we're still looking at VC and X here. Huge range. You got to be careful with it. The SPY is kind of breaking up here, so you can see I'm up almost $100 in the futures market, but the SPY is just ripping up here. You can see my day, but at this point in time, the SPY is breaking over these highs, so I'm not really interested in it until it breaks like this here on the upside. We'll see if BTC bounces at this previous lifetime high. I mean, that's what I honestly want to see it do. Alright, I'm scalping NXTD again. I caught a little bit of this bounce here, and I'm in it with 50 shares now. And again, I'm kind of anticipating Bitcoin holding that previous lifetime high and continuing. So I'm scalping in and out of this. I'm only holding 50 shares left, and I just want to see if Bitcoin continues. If it doesn't, that's all right. We'll pack it up and move on with our day. But if it does, we should get some nice momentum. Alright, there's a bounce in BTC. Hopefully that'll influence this one right. It's back over 53.3K. quick drop here. Bitcoin's honestly bouncing right back, so I want to see this one move with Bitcoin, and I don't mind holding it. It's 100 shares, or it's 50 shares now, and I took profits, so we're basically break even on this one. But Bitcoin's back up to 53.4K, and I think that'll influence this one on the upside eventually. But yeah, we're just in 50 shares here, and we'll see if it moves up. There's 92s. So we're back up to where we were before. There's 93s. And yeah, guys, like I said, I'm basically pairs trading this off of Bitcoin. There's 91s. Great trading advice, second week listening and battling. And batting 75% accuracy, small cash account. Hey, congrats, brother. Yeah, like I said, I mean, the way I trade is very accurate. You know, it's not for everybody, certainly, but it's certainly accurate. And, yeah, I'm happy with it, for sure. Still sitting here. Bitcoin's moving up, so I'm going to let this one kind of roll and make its moves. Bitcoin's back up to 53.5K. So that's pretty solid for Bitcoin, and we're going to let this one continue. There's 93s. We're about break even now. There's 94s. Alright, so there we're break even now. There's 53.5K battling for Bitcoin. There's 95s. 97s. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. I was getting ready to take profits, but I gotta get hotkeys set up. This takes too long. VC and X, yeah, I mean, we're still good. I mean, I'm looking at the broader move. So BTC is back over 53.5K, and that's going to influence this on the positive side. Yeah, there's 96s. I want to see Bitcoin break highs again. I mean, obviously, that's what we want. 97s. We're going to get out here just to protect it. Hold this little 25 shares. Come back to it. It's insignificant for the most part. I just want to see if Bitcoin continues breaking highs, and we're not going to lose on the trade as a whole at this point. I'm looking at TAOP here, and it's pulling back to $9. We're watching it. We're going to see what happens there for these as well. But yeah, we're sitting in NXTD. Pretty break-even trade, but we're up slightly on it, so. Yeah, VC and X is crazy. It's got a crazy range, to be honest. I mean, this one is absolutely nuts right now. I made most of my money on this today, but, you know, crazy moves here. I want to see if it holds at 8. NXTD reversing back down here. To be honest, I'm not really sure why. Bitcoin didn't really have a big reversal. It's just kind of consolidating. It had a small red candle, but nothing too crazy. Good thing I scaled out of most of this thing already, though. Luckily, I'm out of most of this position, and we can let it play out at this point. Now, this I do not like. Alright, so we're still good. We might see a little drop right here before a push back up. Bitcoin's starting to break 53.5K, breaking these previous highs. So yeah, here's a little drop, but I think this is going to move right back up here. There's 91s. It's 53.5K for Bitcoin. Yeah, this one did not rebound like I wanted it to be honest. Here's 53.5K. We're still sitting in this. I mean, again, it's gonna be pretty close to break even no matter what here. If it turns against this. There's 90s again. Bitcoin popped up again. TAOP pulling back some. Alright, so that's like the first kind of 30-minute flurry here, team. Yeah, I appreciate the support, Caitlin, for sure. Does every site have a 3 trading day limit? No. I mean, again, the PDT rule only applies specifically to margin accounts. If you got a cash account like me, I mean, I'm trading a 10K account, and I've traded 12 times today or so. I don't know how many times I've traded today, but it's certainly more than 3. And again, I have a cash account, so there is no PDT rule with a cash account. I'm watching Bitcoin. Here's Bitcoin right here, team, and this is kind of what I'm looking at with this trade. We'll see if these hold, but I've already scaled out of most of it. But Bitcoin is moving up. Obviously, we want to see a big parabolic spike and break highs with NXTD, but if not, that's okay too. TOAP is dropping back down some. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, who knows what Bitcoin's going to do. Eventually, I'm going to unload this little baby position on NXTD and figure something else out. I'm just kind of hanging out right now. Usually after the first 30 or 40 minutes, we get a slowdown, and then we'll get some movement back after that. So we're just kind of sitting around waiting for some type of momentum catalyst to take advantage of. Somebody said, can you explain why NXTD is linked to Bitcoin? Yeah, it uses Bitcoin in its systems. So I believe it owns Bitcoin. It's not a mining stock per se, but I believe it uses Bitcoin and benefits. Oh no, I gotta get out of this. Alright, we kept it break even. Bitcoin just had a big drop, which is why I wanted to get out of NXTT right there. Here's Bitcoin right here. This is the drop in Bitcoin. So, yeah, I wanted to get out before NXTT compensated for that, which we did. Ross trades it. I avoid his trade the best I can. Yeah, for sure. And that's what people got to understand. Like, it might seem easy, and you might be all like, hey, follow a guru, you'll make money. You probably won't. You'll probably lose a ton of money, but people get wrapped up in it. People think it's as easy as, hey, I can buy his chat room and then just copycat his trades, right? When the reality is, like, you might win sometimes, but the times you lose are going to be huge swings down because everybody's selling all at once. And so it's just not a long-term profitable way to trade. And unfortunately, people don't like to hear that because they've spent money on it, but it's the reality behind it. Look at BTGN. BTGN is popping up here. It's at 270s. We're watching BTGN. Nice little VWAP bounce there. Some of your vids helped me so much, John. I'm up with really small trade shares. Hey, good job, brother. Hey, green is good, dude. Yes, sir. Congrats, man. I've been seeing you here, man. So good job, brother. It's better to have a cash account if you want to do a lot of day trades. If you're trading penny stocks and you have less than 25K, a cash account's the only thing that makes sense. You know, like if you have less than 25K and you're trading penny stocks, there's no reason to have a margin account unless you like really want to short, because you can't short with a cash account. But most people, you can't short most penny stocks anyway. LODE is ripping up big here. And so we're kind of watching that. Houston here. Yeah, I'm in Houston. I mean, I'm in North Houston suburbs. But yeah, we lost power for like a day or two. So there's LODE spiking up here. Same thing with BTGN. Bitcoin's actually kind of back up as well, but it's too risky at this point in time. We had our fun with it, and now we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah, I'm not doing TradeNet anymore. They don't accept U.S. clients anymore, unfortunately, so I can't really... yeah, I mean, they're just not doing U.S. clients anymore, so not really a purpose in it. TRXC. Yeah, TRXC squeezing. This one actually looks really good. I haven't seen this one today. I mean, it's holding its gains, which is what you want to see. You know, if you're in these trades, what you want to see is you want to see these things holding their wins. You know, and so that's the biggest, most important thing is, does it hold its gains? And if it does, that's usually when you can have pretty safe bets to take advantage of. You know. All these offshore brokers rip money from traders. I mean, in the end, like I said, in the end, it's one of those things where it's like, here, I'm scalping futures real quick. Trying to get out here. Yeah, so I'm out. I'm up 137, if you can see that, on the day. You know, 137 on the day in futures. But we're just kind of messing around with that. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They serve their purpose. If you're trying to trade mid and high caps, then overseas platforms make sense. Right, if you need to trade mid and high caps and you don't have another option, you know, overseas platforms are okay, right? But if you're trading penny stocks, you don't need a huge account. Like you can get by with a few $1,000s in penny stocks without having to really follow the PDT rule. Like, okay, so there's no PDT rule with cash accounts. You have to wait 2 days for every trade to settle, though. So like, what you really have to do is you have to cut your equity in half, and that's the amount of money you have per day to trade with a cash account. So if you've got 5K, you've got $2,500 a day to trade with. If you've got 10K, you've got $5,000 a day to trade with. If you've got 3K, you've got $1,500 a day to trade with, right? Because it takes 2 days for your funds to settle. So if you have $3,000, for instance, you use $1,500 one day, $1,500 the next, and then by the time the next day's there, the funds from the first day are settled. And $1,500 a day is plenty in penny stocks. Like a lot of these stocks, like think about it. Look at UAMY, for instance, right? UAMY, you could buy a few hundred shares of this thing, make $20, $30, $40 a trade if you really wanted to, and it would be $400. So if you had $1,500, it would be roughly 3-4 trades a day, right? That's way more than 3-day trades a week, you know, and it's something that makes sense, right? But it's only if you're trading penny stocks. If you're trading mid and high caps, you're not going to get much with a $3,000 account, right? So it really depends on what you're trading, and that's going to dictate whether you should, you know, what platform, what type of program you should be using, basically. All right, so here's UAMY, and UAMY is ripping up big. Man, I should have gotten out of SNDL when you did. I would have made a big gain. Yeah, I mean, listen. I've said it earlier, and people get mad at me for saying it. Usually the people that get mad at me for saying it are people that have... It hurts for them to hear, right? Same thing with GameStop. You know, same thing with a majority of these things. Like, most of the people upset at me for saying it are mad because they lost money, right? But in the end, you got to understand something here. Like, when you get involved with some of these really hyped up stocks, it's probably too late if you're hearing about it outside of trading. And if somebody in the chat room is telling you not to sell, they don't have your best interest at heart. You know, they never do, right? Now, maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong, but you always got to make your own judgment in trading. You know, it's never going to be like, hey, this person says it's going to 1,000. This person says GameStop's going to 1,000. Let me just keep holding it, right? Famous last words, you know, and in the end, it's a lesson on just doing what you need to do to protect yourself, and don't listen to people in the chat. You know, no offense to them. They don't have your best interest at heart. Yeah, no, I know you're not mad, strangers. I wasn't talking to you, brother. I was talking to you, but I wasn't saying you were mad. I'm saying a lot of people get mad if I bring up GameStop, or if you're actually giving some useful advice. So don't think I think you're mad, brother, because I really don't. I think it's just an interesting topic to talk about, and I think that new traders need to hear it. You know what I mean? Because you got to hear it. And in the end, the people telling you not to sell, the people trying to pump up diamond hands, are people that are emotionally attached to it, that don't care if you lose money. You know, they don't. And so protect yourself. That's all I'm saying. Well, since you're a hedge fund spy, I mean, for sure, yeah, I'm a hedge fund spy, dude. You know. So what do I know? LODE. Yeah, LODE is going absolutely crazy. I don't even know where to buy this thing at. I mean, I can look at 575s, but yeah, I don't even know what to do with this thing at this point. VCNX. Yeah, I made a little bit from it. That'd be cool if I actually was, though. I don't even know what a hedge fund spy would do. I like that show Billions. If y'all have ever seen Billions with a B, the show is great, though, on HBO. I think it's on HBO. It's either on HBO or Showtime. But Billions is a great show. I'm sure they've got some hedge fund spies in there. Alright, I'm short in the futures market, guys. See if we can profit real quick from this drop. Alright, we're about break even here in the futures market. And again, you can see trading on Top Step is just like trading on mid and high caps. Buy market, sell market, buy bid. The only difference is the sizing. One contract in futures equals $12.50 per tick, up or down. But yeah, this is Top Step. It's a funded account program for futures. And so again, what it does is they're going to give you a demo account. It's subscription based, and if you can make I'm going to get out this. So yeah, I'm still up $100 on the day, and we'll come back to it. But yeah, it's subscription based. They give you a demo account, and if you can hit their profit target while following their rules, they fund you the same amount as the demo account is. So the base one's $30K. So if you hit $2,000 in profit without hitting your max loss and following their rules, then they fund you that $30K as professional, proprietary futures traders. 80% profit split. The cool thing, though, is that they're actually regulated in the U.S. They paid out millions of dollars last year in 2020. So we know they're at least paying out their profitable traders millions of dollars a year. They funded thousands last year in 2020 as well. And it's pretty cheap relative to the other funded account programs I've used. Now, it is difficult to get funded. I mean, it's not an easy journey by any means. But it's a good option if you know you're profitable and you've traded a bunch before and you know you're a profitable trader, you just don't have the capital to get funded. I think that's a good way to, potentially get funded. But I am going to be biased in their favor because I post an affiliate link for them, and so I make a commission. But if you want to check them out, here's the link. Help support your channel, and I'll post this link. I'll pin it to the top of the page, too, if you want to check it out. Sorry, catching back up in the chat. Yeah, I'm looking at PLTR. We're seeing it. Wish I would have found you a few weeks ago. Hey. VC and X didn't get halted. I mean, it just depends on. With circuit breaker halt, it really just depends on. Alright, so I just got out. I'm back up to $137 on the day in futures. But yeah, it depends on a lot of different factors on whether it's going to get circuit breaker halted. Hey, later, Shane. Yeah, and the easiest way to really support us, guys, is by The easiest way to support us is just by hitting that subscribe button. You know, a lot of people here watch the stream every day, but they don't subscribe. In the end, views are really what matters the most on YouTube. But hey, listen guys, if you want to support the channel in a free way, easy way, hit the subscribe button. You know, click the bell, turn on notifications. We do this live every day for free. I don't claim to be experts, but I do trade live every day, and you guys can see the profit I'm making. So I mean, I think I'm a good trader, but it is subjective, I guess. And again, if you appreciate that content we put out, hit that sub button, team. BTGN still moving up. Here's Bitcoin about to break highs again. So Bitcoin trying to break the high. The previous lifetime high was 53,710. So 53,710. We're at 53,680 for Bitcoin. We'll see if we'll actually break that high today. Hey, thank you guys. Hey, my man. What's up, Try? Hey, congrats, brother. First day trading, 1,000 count, up 67. Very helpful stream. Hey, happy to help, man. Alright, so Bitcoin did break lifetime highs just now. I got up to 53,745. Hey, well, Mike, reach out to me, bro. Yeah, Mike, email me, Mike Brayata. Just email me, brother, at beginnertrading@gmail if you want to collab. I always like having, you know, other traders on the stream. So, yeah, email me, dude. Yeah, I see you, Mike. Yeah, just email me, bro. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I already saw it, Mike. SMDL. Yeah, SMDL's down pretty big on the day. Any tips on avoiding huge sell-offs that happen within the blink of an eye? If it's really affecting you that much, just start setting hard stop losses to where you'll automatically get out of the trade. Another thing is just don't buy it around the highs most of the time. Like, listen, if you buy high of the day breaks, you're gonna get stuck in big, huge sell-offs. You know, it's one of the reasons you rarely see me buy high of the day breaks. The only high of the day break I'll buy is like a red to green high of the day break. If it's already trending up and it's about to break highs again, I never buy that high of the day break. Why? Because too many big time traders are taking profits at those levels, and so you're gonna get a consequent huge sell-off a percentage of the time, and that's just not the way to trade. It causes these huge big drawdowns. Instead, what I do is I buy pullbacks as opposed to high breaks, and by doing so, it helps me to avoid those huge squeezes down, if that makes sense. Yeah, I made a little bit, Brett. Yeah, think of it like a rubber band. Yeah, for sure. Is float the same thing as volume? No, float is the total amount of shares that are out there. You know, it's the total amount of shares to the public that the public can trade. Volume is the amount of shares the public are currently trading. So that's the difference. CTXR. Yeah, I mean, CTXR, it's got a ways to go. I mean, it's fighting its way back, but right now it's kind of sideways. It's just got to break over these levels if I'm going to get interested in it. So for that, I got to wait for it. VTGN's pushing up too. Like, here's VTGN. VC and X still rejecting back down. Hasn't really fought its way back yet under the VWAP at this point in time. So y'all be careful with VCNX. In day trading, does float matter? Yeah, absolutely. The smaller the float, the more each individual trade influences it. Think of like I said, think about it like this. And I've explained this a lot before, but it's a good lesson on understanding it. So if you want to know what a float is and why it's significant, listen to what I'm about to say. All right? A float is the total amount of shares that are out there to the public. You know, think about shares floating around in the ether. That's how I remember it. It's the amount of shares that are floating around out there, right? And if you have 1 million float stock, which is a very small float, and you buy 100,000 shares, that's 10% of that entire float. That's certainly going to influence that stock some. When you buy that 100K shares, it's going to make that stock move because it's such a large percentage of the overall float. Now, if a stock has 1 billion in the float and you buy 100,000 shares, it's not going to influence it that much because it's such a smaller percentage of the overall float. And so with that said, stocks that have really small floats are more easily influenced by traders and trades as a whole. They're going to have a larger range, more volatility, more, and just more chaos with them. They're going to have bigger percentage gains and losses on average, more volatility as a whole because each individual trade is affecting that stock in a more significant way as opposed to, a stock like GE or something like that that has billions and billions in the float. I could buy a 100K position in GE and it might not make it move much. And so that's the difference, and that's why float is significant. And that's why small floats have larger ranges and more volatility. And when you think of small float, think of VCNX. This one has a very small float. Look at the percentage moves it's making today. It went up from $2.90s all the way to $10. Where if we look at a large float stock like GE, this thing has moved like 23, 25 cents all day. So float matters for that reason. It's not that there's pros and cons to each. Larger float stocks are usually going to be more established companies. They are going to be safer, but there's going to be less potential. All right, smaller float stocks are usually going to be less established companies. They are not going to be very safe at all. You can have a lot of risk because they make such big percentage moves up and down. But again, ultimately there's more potential in them because they have a larger range, bigger percentage moves, and ultimately more volatility as a whole. And that's why float matters. Yeah, I mostly trade small floats. That's mostly what I trade. Like if you look at what I traded today, VCNX, it's got like 7 million in the float. It's very small. That's a very small float. What I consider small float is anything really under like 30 million. If it's under 30 million, it's a small float to me. If it's under 5 million, that's kind of the risky floats where it's almost too small. There's going to be too much momentum. It's going to be too easily influenced by like big traders. Like if a big trader on YouTube calls out that he's entering a low float stock that has less than 5 million to all his followers are going to pump that stock up, right? And you see that a lot. And that's why float matters. Float matters, Yeah, and I made money with VCNX too. And again, if you look at the float for VCNX, it's got a float. I believe this one's like 7 million, which is a very small float. Anything under 10 million is incredibly small, and it's going to be really... Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know what happened. My internet just died again for a solid, it might, I don't know, but my internet just died again. Yeah, we're back. I'm just frustrated. This has happened every freaking day. It's starting to piss me off, to be honest. Comcast needs to get their shit together. It's honestly really pissing me off at this point. Comcast is such a monopoly that, like, they don't have anybody else in the area, and they're garbage, they're cheap, they don't really keep up their nodes or anything like that. It's just stupid at this point. My internet's back, but everybody left at this point. It's stupid. No, it's not really snowing here anymore. It's actually pretty dry where I am. Like, there's no reason it should be messing up like that, unfortunately. I can't get fiber, you know. I mean, we're back, and we still got a bunch of people here. It's just super frustrating. I'll pump it up back to the chat, but it's just super frustrating. But at least, hey, at least everybody's back. You know, I mean, we got 800 or 900 people back here, and I'll remember to share this back with your friends. But it's just frustrating. We got 1,500 people, 1,400 people here, and all of a sudden they just leave because Comcast can't get their stuff together. It's super aggravating, guys. At least it's back, though. But, man, if I was in a trade, it would be even worse. Pump it up again, but, man. I mean, I have Comcast router. But it's crazy. It's like you lose, Comcast can't hold a stable internet connection, but at least we're back. At first, I thought my kids were getting on the internet, is what I originally think it is. And honestly, when you're open about everything like me, and like I said, like I'm open about how like gurus rip people off and manipulate stocks. When you're open about it like me, like I start to get paranoid that like they're gonna start messing with my computer and like messing with me, which is, I guess, is possible. You gotta understand, like I'm gonna be threatening their business model to a certain extent, and so with that, they're certainly not gonna like me being over here in the ether. But it is what it is. At least we're back, and we got over 1,000 people again. Let me find my headphones. I'll be right back. Yeah. I mean, hey, we're back. I appreciate the support, but yeah, it's just frustrating, honestly. But at least we're back. That's very possible. Yeah, I mean, they could be DDoSing me. I mean, it could be a DDoS. But again, I mean, like I said, you got to understand something. Like, I'm threatening their business model. You know, like the amount of hate and nonsense I get, mostly from gurus and guru students, is crazy ridiculous. So it's not, like I said, it could just be my internet going out. But it certainly makes me suspicious, and it makes me paranoid, absolutely. Hey, there's NXTD, and look at NXTD start to squeeze up here too. Look at NXTD right here. So NXTD is starting to move up. And so it is back up here. I don't know if I want to trade off of it. Yeah, hate can't keep you from rising. Hey, yes, sir. But let me look. I'm gonna see down detector and see if that showed up for anything. Yeah, honestly, we got a spike in Comcast being down for internet over the last 20 minutes. So it's probably just Comcast and terrible service. But it's like they're just not consistent. You better believe we start to get anybody else outside of Comcast over here with fiber, I'm gonna be buying it up. Alright, I'm gonna buy 100 shares of NXTD here, and I just want to see if we pop back up to test this 295 level. If Bitcoin can continue breaking up, that we can take advantage of a small position here for NXTD. We're still riding this one. I have the equity to continue trading it. Let's see if we get like a move up and I can take profits on it or something. John, you right. I got Comcast. I'm in Indiana. I had the same issues at the same time. Yeah, for sure. It's just frustrating. You lose 400 people. Comcast just doesn't. They just don't have the infrastructure, to be honest. All right, Bitcoin breaking highs again. Bitcoin's new lifetime high is at 54,150. 54,150. So not bad. At least the whole stream continued. Like, I would have been more upset if they like closed the stream and I had to schedule a whole new stream. That would have been even more frustrating. Yeah, Comcast has the monopoly game, unfortunately, to where it's like they're so big. It's the most frustrating thing in the world, right? They're so big that they basically monopolize your area, and you don't have anybody else that offers you internet or service in your area, so you got to basically use them. Bitcoin is up to 54,180 and steady rising, guys. I want to see if NXTD is going to go up with it. The sympathy plays have not been as easy today, though, to be honest. So it hasn't been as easy to take advantage of the sympathy today. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know you guys had to refresh your stream, but for me, what I mean is, like, if the stream cuts out long enough, I have to completely reschedule and start up a brand new stream. And so in this case, if you look at the replay, it's just going to be like a gap and lag, right? But if it's out too long, it'll be like an entire, basically like the whole stream will close down. You'll have to start another one, which I'm glad it didn't do. But let me knock on wood, not jinx myself here, you know. What's my out for NXTD? Probably right around 85s, 86. But I'm going to take profits as soon as I can to protect it. There we go. We just took half off. We're holding 25 or 50 shares here. And we're going to, since we're right around the high, we'll take more off there and just hold this little 25 share position. Alright, so yeah, I'm out. Yeah, no, Comcast did the same thing to me, tried to where it was like they didn't offer me unlimited data. I'm going to get out here and just take my money from this. They didn't offer me unlimited data, but they knew I was like a streamer, and they could have, instead of calling me, or instead of just saying, hey, look, we have unlimited data, they instead just let me go over every single month. I was getting charged like $500 a month from Comcast for like 3 or 4 months, and they didn't say a word to me about unlimited data just because I stream and do this type of stuff. Until eventually I called and I was like, hey, look, I need to cancel my service. Like, I'm going to rent an office. It would have been cheaper for me to like rent an office somewhere else and just wake up and go to that office instead of actually like sticking with Comcast. And then that's when they were like, oh no, we got unlimited, which it really isn't. Like I said, if fiber comes to this area, I'm hopping on it. No, I mean, I'm running at, what are you talking about, AB? You talking about upload or download speed? Because, like, I run at a pretty good download speed. My upload speed's terrible, though. But, like, this is my stream. Usually, the problem with it is, like, they have good internet. It's just not stable. Like, that's the problem with not having actually fiber lines, is because it's just not stable. Like, this is my internet. I'm running at almost 1,000 megabits, right? So my download speed is great. My upload speed's good, you know, at almost 40. It's usually like 45, but again, the problem is that it'll run good, but it's just not stable. You know, it's just not stable, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. But hey, we got everybody back in here, so we're good to go. But I'm still aggravated, guys. I appreciate the love, though. I appreciate the support. Y'all hit that subscribe button. You know, we're going to keep the stream going no matter what. And I certainly appreciate the support, team. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of NXTD when I did, too. Yeah, we got people that I've never even seen before complaining, you know, so I'm just going to insta-ban them and move on with my day. Still watching Bitcoin. Very green day, though. We made a lot of money, and you guys can see it. Like, I've been green on a huge percentage of my trades, so very fun day so far. Yeah, we can watch to see if NXTD goes over 3 later. I don't know if it will. I'm waiting to see it. I got to be patient with it. It's not moving with Bitcoin as much as I'd prefer it to, unfortunately. Hey, I appreciate the support, team. Thank you, guys. Hey, thank you, Jordan. First time here, and all I can say is I'll be attending every morning. Hey, thank you. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Yeah, that's right. Haters gonna hate. Yeah, that's right. I've been following for a while. Hey, thank you, Ian. Great channel. Thank you, brother. Yeah, what I really think it is I think we got trolls that they create fake usernames, and for some reason, like, I must make them incredibly insecure. Because it's like, for them to make a bunch of fake accounts to try to troll me, it's like, that's what y'all are doing with y'all's life, man? Hey, I guess I can't really judge, but it's just a weird thing, to be honest, to be on the internet like this. To be honest, it's just a weird thing. And I'm still trying to trade. I mean, I don't know if we're going to find anything, but hey, thank you, Kenneth. Welcome, brother. Appreciate the support, dude. Glad I found you from the GameStop fiasco. Hey, thank you, brother. VTGN. Yeah, we're looking at VTGN. I mean, I made a little bit of money on it earlier. 265 would be the only pullback level. To be honest, it's got such a small range. I'm a little bit more skeptical of it, you know? The fact that you do this for free is OP. Hey, thank you, dude. You're a good dude. No worries. Hey, thank you, guys. Sell off Friday. Been hanging in the back myself. Keep doing you. Thank you, Archangel. I appreciate that, brother. That's right. Do you do options? Not really. I mean, I trade them sometimes, but not super often. Mostly trade futures and penny stocks, and that's it. And like I said, if you want to join me in the futures market, check out Top Step. They've got a pretty dope thing going on with like a funded account program. And a lot of people are asking how to get around the PDT rule. One of the ways you can get around it is futures. There's no PDT rule in futures. You can actively day trade as much as you want, and Top Step's a funded account program, so they fund traders once they prove they're profitable with demo accounts, basically, and it's a monthly subscription. And again, if you want to check it out, I'll post this link here. Hey, thank you, Jose. I appreciate that, bro. Great channel. First time here, looks great. Hey, I appreciate the big surge of support, guys. I really do. Thank you very much, team. I know sometimes we get haters in here, and sometimes I engage them too much. like I said, I think just the way I am, like telling the truth behind the trading world about like gurus and like unnecessary things and like toxic culture. I think some of those people that are involved with either gurus, with spending money on courses, or kind of, like I said, they don't like to hear it. And so we get a bunch of hate, but in the end, we got way more supportive people, and I certainly appreciate all the love and support, guys. Hey, thank you. How many? I appreciate that, brother. He said this team is just for the people who have the same vibe and likes to share knowledge. Yes, sir. I've learned so much from you and Mitch, and since 2019, I have so much to be grateful, bro. Thanks for being so great. Hey, thank you, dude. Appreciate the support. For sure. Hey, thank you, US. After the pandemic, would you ever consider doing a meet and greet? I've thought about it before. It's a tough thing, man. It's a tough thing. Like people say I engage with the haters too much, but like the reality is like it's a tough dynamic. Like it's weird having a bunch of people that you don't know that are just super like angry and critical for no reason. You know what I mean? And usually that issue lies with them themselves. Like usually it just means they're insecure with themselves, and for some reason that is reflecting on me. But when you think about doing meetups with stuff like that, it's just a little bit sketchier, you know. It's not that I wouldn't want to do a meetup. It's just that, like, putting yourself out there on the internet is risky, and you know, you got some weirdos that are on the internet too. So I don't know. I'd think about it. It depends. Like, I'd meet up with people that I know are like regulars here that I see every day. Like, I wouldn't have an issue meeting up with them. But just telling everybody on my channel where I'm gonna be at a specific time, I just don't know if I feel comfortable with that, to be honest. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it, but, you know, I just don't know. Hey, you got merch, bro. Look at it. Scroll down, bro. If you want merch, just scroll down. Look in the description, bro. But I appreciate the $2, dude. Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate the $2, brother. But yeah, you want merch, scroll down, dude. We got some shirts. We got a bunch of stuff, man. I appreciate it, dude. It's good to see someone honest like you here instead of all the other for show traders trying to sell their advice. Yeah, I mean, and that's what it's filled with. A lot of egos in the trading space, you know what I mean? And again, I mean, look at it in hindsight. I'm glad I designed the channel this way. Look at VTG, and it did spike up here. And again, this is a good example, team, of a stock that's respecting a trend, right? You can see an upward trend. If we remove all this for VTG, and what do we see? We see an upward trend. It pulls back to the VWAP, holds the VWAP, bounces, and continues, right? Same thing. Pushes up, pulls back to the VWAP, bounces, and continues. And so one of my favorite, really most effective strategies. Hey, let me see. I can't see. Hey, my man Sammy, thank you for the $2. The viewers, how do I see my trades on Webull? I don't know, guys. On Webull, hey, thank you for the $2, brother. I appreciate that. On Webull, but yeah, you can see it respecting a trend, and this is what the VWAP does. On Webull, isn't there a positions tab? I don't know if there is or not. Chat might know better than I do. So chat, help this man out. He supported the channel. Y'all help him out. You can message me on Discord, Jason, if you want. Hey, thank you, Tanvir. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah. We need to show appreciation for John's live session. It's loads of fun with occasional drama, neighbors, flirting, accusations, blah. Yeah. You gotta have a little drama every now and then to spice things up, though. Am I wrong? You know, you gotta have a little bit. Somebody wanted to ask how do they see their positions on Webull, is what they asked. On Webull, you can see your closed trades in the account section under performance. What about your open trades, though? Do we have hats or beanies? I don't know, man. We've got shirts right now. I can make hats or beanies pretty quickly, though, if you want a hat or a beanie. I should honestly get myself a hat or beanie, because I like hats. I'm a hat wearer. So I wouldn't mind. Hey, there's NXTD moving up. Maybe somebody was right. They said it'll hit 3. And here it goes. for NXTD. It is moving up some here. So, hey, NXTD's ripping up. Bitcoin's getting ready to test these highs here. Look at this. Up to over 54K. Let's see what happens. Billions with a B shirt. Hey, yes, sir. You know. Yeah, you said it best. You can't trust clowns that envy you. Yeah, 100%. And that's the reality behind it. I mean, again, if it's like a long-term supportive member, I'd meet up with them. But posting my location to everybody is not something I want to do. Yeah, no, don't do it. I was stalked. Yeah, for sure. Especially with kind of like, if y'all know the neighbor story, if y'all know the stalky neighbor story, it's certainly a risk. Yeah. You could go in the Pope Mobile. Hey, I could, you know. The Pope Mobile for me. Fame sucks. I don't think I'm famous. You know, I'm obviously not really famous like that, you know. I have a following, I guess. I don't know. I don't really like the word influencer. I don't really think I am an influencer because I see my channel as educational, right? I'm not over here like trying to, I don't know. I don't like the word influencer because I'm not really, I don't think I've ever tried to get anything free from anybody. For being an influencer, it's a weird word. If you can't trust a complete stranger, who can you trust? I don't know. Yeah. You're not gonna wear a headband with your cell number, not today. No hats. Hey, I can make a hat real quick. Let me see if I can. Hold on. What is it? I could probably make a hat, honestly, really quickly. Would you want... yeah, I can make a hat. Hold on. Spring tee. What's it called? Teespring is what it's called. Yeah, there it is. Hey, Bitcoin's still moving up. NXTD rejected at 3s too. Hold on. Okay. How can I add something? Do they not have shirts? Tank tops? Oh, I see. Okay, here, I got it. Socks. They got socks. They do have socks. They've got a neck. They've got a beginner trading face mask. What? Yeah. I gotta do it. Hold on. They got a beginner trading fanny pack. What? I don't see a hat, bro. They gotta have a hat, man. They got pillows. I'm gonna put my face on a pillow. Let people buy that up, team. You know? They got a fleece blanket. Dude, they gotta have a hat, right? They got to. I don't see it. got stickers, wall tapestry, canvas prints. Alright guys, I'm scalping some more futures right now. Here, you can see I'm up 175 on the day. I'm trying to take profit here. See if I can get out. I'm just going to exit here. Oh no, I doubled my position. Great. That might actually work here. Let me see if it'll let me out. Yeah, we're just going to get out here. So we made $200 today. Kind of mismanaged that in futures, but we're up 200 bucks. You can see my P&L here. I don't know if you can see it. There's my P&L in futures. So we made some money in the futures market. I'm trying to find hats for you all, and I can't see them. I don't see them anywhere. Alright, let me catch back up with the chat. I haven't looked at you guys in a second. You can say influencer because you influenced to buy a few stocks today. Hey, VTGN. Yeah, I already looked at VTGN. AIKI, hit that like button. I want to get on YouTube too. I mean, listen, YouTube starts off weird, man. I started this channel four years ago, right? I started this channel 4 years ago, and it's like I didn't really take it seriously, and like I didn't show my face. I was very reserved and introverted on YouTube. I would just show my trades, and then eventually I started doing streams, and then eventually I started showing my face on streams, and now it's to the point where I probably traded more so on stream than I have off stream in my life, to be honest. So it's a weird dynamic at this point for me. CNET's ripping up, guys. I want to see if it holds $5 right here. Here's 5. If it pulls back, I mean, we could pull back to 5.15 or maybe 5. But if it pulls back to 5, I'll get somewhat interested in it. I just want to see if it's actually going to hold these gains or not. Bitcoin is still pushing up. Here's BTC. So Bitcoin is still breaking highs here. New lifetime high is 54,400. So we are breaking highs for Bitcoin. Heads up, you haven't got a link in the bio for your merch. Yeah, I'll get a link. Yeah, here's our merch, guys, if anybody wants it. Yeah, no, I know we get like a lot of people that donate to me. Just buy merch, you know. Really, I get a noticeably smaller percentage of my merch. But either way, it's a great way to help support us. Here, let me find the link. I think it's teespring.com/beginner trading is what I think it is. Let me see. No. Maybe it's teespring.merch/beginner trading. Let me see if that URL works. No, that is not it. Buffalo. Busty Buffalo? What? That is definitely not it, guys. Y'all don't go to that. See if I can just Google it. Hey, there it is. Hey, there we go. Yeah, here's the stuff. We got some pretty dope stuff here, guys. Look at this. Look at my merch, team. Look at this merch. Look at that. Honestly, I have one of these hoodies. They're actually really cool. Look at that hoodie. Y'all know that's a dope hoodie. Y'all know you want to buy it. Look at this merch. We got phone cases. You know, I have this one right here. Shirts. Mugs, you know, we got all that stuff. Y'all check it out. I'll post the link. You know. Yeah, I traded VCNX today. I'll show you guys the trades I got into on it. Here's VCNX. I think on VCNX, what I did was I bought the pullback right here. So I bought this pullback, and I think I sold on this little pop. So like these little pullbacks are really profitable. After you make a big run up, you got like these levels to pull back to. I might have bought this one right here. I can't remember. I think I actually did buy this one right here. So I bought this pullback. It was either this one or this one. But I bought these little micro pullbacks and scalped it immediately off the top. And I think when you have a parabolic mover like that, that's kind of how you have to approach it. Because it's like I said earlier, and if you guys go back and watch the stream as I was trading this, what I really said is that a lot of the time these parabolic movers will go higher and higher, and then they'll just dump, and they won't come back, right? And VCNX is kind of doing the same thing. You saw it yesterday with G-Tech, where it pushed up, and then it just never reversed and came back. And so that happens a lot with these, and so it's kind of one of those things where if you don't catch the move up initially, you might not be able to catch anything with it. RELL is showing up here. Did you catch any of the GameStop trial yesterday? I watched a little bit of it. Like I said, I was doing my Benzinga show right around that time. Like I appeared on the Benzinga show yesterday for my penny stock show. We talk about the penny stock strategies I use most of the time. Like most of the penny stock, like I talk about the strategies I implement with a lot of these. Really, I'll go over it really quickly right now, just because I think they're pretty easy strategies to spot and understand, and you just got to be disciplined enough to wait for them. The big thing, I'm gonna remove all these levels. And like the big thing I really look for with all of these strategies, I look for either weakness right before the open or right after the open. So I'm looking for a drop like this, you know, and then when we get a rip like this, I'm looking for like a small pullback, you know, and that's what I did this morning with VCNX. Is I was looking for a rip, and I'm trying to dip buy on a small pullback, you know, and if the pullback can be at a half or whole dollar, even better. So like here's one at 650. I'm buying these little pullbacks right here and then just scalping out of them. So I'm buying it on the pullback, and then I'm just trying to ride it up for a quick pop back up like this. And again, I think the problem that happens when most people trade these type of strategies is that they get too greedy with it. Like you can't hold this, like it's not gonna work for big parabolic high breaks most of the time. Sometimes it will, but like I'm not taking advantage of that. I'm really just trying to get a small little range, like a small little range of movement to exploit and take advantage of, and that's it. If I try to hold this too long, it's not going to work as well. It's going to end up dumping down, turning around on me, and just not working as well. But if you take it for a small profit and you do that over and over again while you're being selective enough with your trades, then it's a really profitable way to trade, and that's really what you see me do most of the time. Hey, later, Try. Have a good day, brother. I'm scalping some more of the futures market. I'm in with one contract at this point in time, but I was in with 3. I'm trying to scale up so I can hurry up and hit this profit target. So we're out. So we just made $337 in the futures market today. What we did is we traded the SPY. Here's the SPY, and we used Top Step. But again, red to green type move on the SPY. This one's a little bit different than penny stocks. When this one starts to break this, you know, it's a lot safer bet to bet on this high of the day break. than in penny stocks, because a lot of penny stocks are just going to fake you out on these high of the day breaks. But with the SPY, there's so much momentum coming in when it goes from red to green like this that it's easily exploitable, and you know, you can see a little bit of a trend here as well. You know what I mean? So, you know, if you extend this to the left, you know, we got a little bit of a wedge that it's breaking out and holding the top up right there. So, yeah, that's what we're taking advantage of, is that momentum. But good day in the futures market. If we want to look at like my actual stats here in futures right now, where is it? Performance Center. You know, it's not a bad day. Here's my stat. Like, these are my stats in futures.